Yo, what up? Gummy. No, no gum gum. No gum gum. What are you even doing? Stop. Oh, this cat. No, no gum gum. No gum gum. No gum gum. No gum gum. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this cat is so troublesome. My wisdom teeth extracted. Depending on how old you are, that might suck. I got it done when I was fairly young. I think I was in, I think I was in the 9th or 10th grade when I had that done. That was pretty easy. They didn't fuse to the bone in the jaw.
DSP's Gin Night got a new picture. I see you. Let me see. Can I add an EQ? You don't have an EQ? Really? All right, whatever. That sucks. Maybe I'll have to add in something third party. There's a whole lot of yawning.
There was a
Are you against having guard dogs to defend property? Entirely depends. Entirely depends.
First nigger.
Yeah. Thanks. Another No Kings protest happened today, 9 million across the country. Is that the whole thing about not wanting the royal family or some shit? It's funny, like, even the royal family are a bunch of liberal whore dipshits with the whole Muslim thing. So they're fucking useless in every conceivable way. So yeah, fuck the royal family. Just pieces of shit.
China is facing a series of economic challenges, right? Weak consumer confidence, falling real estate prices, high debt, industrial overcapacity.
You know what? People have been talking about this a lot more. So, you know, the figure for China's population is something like 1.2 billion. A lot of people are saying it's probably closer to like 500 million than 1.2 billion because of the China one-child policy and then COVID. That would explain the collapse in the real estate market. So if there's all this new real estate and there's half the population that, you know, is reported, that would make a lot of fucking sense. So that is probably a good thing for like a Taiwan invasion. Dodo, donate $2. I guarantee you this woman isn't vegan.
To ban renewable energy, scrap regulations that stop toxic agricultural pollution, and get rid of Natural Resources Wales, the one body that's supposed to protect us, our nature and our environment from toxic pollution. They don't care about the environmental law that our generations fought for to protect us and our health. They don't.
Yeah, you clearly care about your health. You're out of breath from walking 20 paces.
Don't care about our future generations, and they don't care about bringing your bills down, protecting our natural green spaces. They change.
Dude, Green parties just universally are fucking insane whack jobs. Just, they're all like that. I think they just made this up. Let me see. United States has spent decades trying to discredit Cuba's world-renowned medical mission in solidarity. Now it's coercing countries to kick out Cuban doctors. Yeah, so that's just made up. And can we watch this again? Mr. Keter's just petting a cat. I love how he fucks with this cat just climbing. Oh, cats. Cats are just so perfect. Oh my god, look at them. I love how they just fuck with each other. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I asked checked how many PP are in China. I don't believe that woman 37 to 50% population is wrong. No way. Also, can you debate Ditsini Abbott the Democratic cuckoldry trimp derangement syndrome on Iran war and anti-smites like Adam Mockler? He is streaming now.
Let me see. What did Adam Mockler do again? It was just some gay beta male shit. Oh, he's streaming with Dan apparently right now.
It's an important funnel. You're right. Yes.
It's an important funnel, but I will say I watched someone literally walking with that sign past a group of people that were actually having brunch on Saturday this morning. And so there are people that are coming in and this is their introduction. And I think the most important thing that I've seen from our experience with No Kings is that we're having conversations with folks to make sure that they understand that this is not just about Trump, right? Like Trump is not the cause. He's a symptom of this greater problem. And we have to be having a conversation about the billionaires and the corporations and the influence that they have in our governments and giving them permission to actually kind of join some of these other movements that we have here on the left to realize that there are so many other things that we need to be focused on to get to the structural mess of this right now. So that we can get some real progress done.
Yeah, I just want to jump in because you never really forget your first rally, and then it ramps up from there, right? And we were at Highland Park today. We also have a bunch, and while we were out there, we got this really hard question, like why challenge Frank Pallone? Like why?
Hey, Biggie Gaines.
Hey, how are you all doing?
Good. How are you, man?
You excited over this Iran war? Trump pummeling some Persian ass?
I mean, not really, but
Well, how come?
because same reason I wasn't okay with the Maduro thing. It's gonna be the exact same argument. I don't think this administration has a good vision for the Middle East. It has the potential to have huge downstream bad ramifications, and I'm not confident that this administration can control for it.
So, like, what bad ramifications?
Failed state that resembles what Syria looked like after it was collapsing for the past decade, and a massive refugee crisis that's going to spill into Europe again.
Maybe constant terrorism in the Strait.
Yeah.
Refugee crisis.
What?
You mentioned a refugee crisis?
Yeah, I said potential refugee crisis if it like turns into another kind of collapsed state, like Syria did.
You could just not let any refugees in.
Okay. Well, I'm not an actual fucking monster, so that wouldn't be my position. But I mean, I guess that is a position that some people could try and take. Yeah.
Well,
can I ask, Vegan? You really seem to fucking hate Venezuelans.
No.
You sure? This has
No.
been like a big issue for you.
What? He's talking about Iran right now.
Yeah. But I remember that.
I don't
last
hate
time,
Venezuelans. I hated Maduro, the Maduro regime. And Venezuelans hate the Maduro regime. They were glad Trump got rid of him. Can you, like literally, can you show me one single Venezuelan who wasn't happy to see Maduro gone? Like, literally one?
I can't.
Couldn't you say that about, like, Democrats for Trump?
How is that related?
Just because everybody in a fucking area is happy that somebody's gone doesn't mean it was done the right way. If somebody went and just fucking murdered Donald Trump, I might be happy, but I wouldn't think it was done the right way.
In a video game.
So, what was done the wrong way when it came to Maduro?
I don't think that he had congressional approval just to go fucking grab him.
You don't need congressional approval.
Okay, you should.
Well, you don't.
Be going.
What's the argument for needing that?
Well, you should.
Well, the president shouldn't be able to unilaterally conduct war, as we would probably.
That's not a war. But on what basis is grabbing Maduro a war?
Because you're deposing the leader of another sovereign state.
Sovereign state.
A
guy who illegally stole an election is acting as a fascist dictator is the leader of a sovereign state. That's how you define it?
Yep.
Okay, so we shouldn't. Okay, would you take that same position if it were Hitler? Like, Hitler had more legitimacy to be in power than Maduro.
Okay. Hitler was invading other countries around.
Well, let's say, okay, so let's say Hitler stopped with Poland. He didn't invade any other countries, but he was doing the same exact, like, other shit. So, like, killing all the Jews. You'd be against invading Germany,
there's a sufficient
overthrowing.
Argument to go to war with a country if they were, like, literally.
Well, we're not talking about going to war with Germany. We're doing a like for like comparison. So we're not going to war with Germany. We're conducting a military operation where we just where we arrest Hitler.
Conversation in the universe. Can you give me like a strict definition of what it means to go to war? This is a retarded argument.
You're the one who's making the claim that it's an act of war. So you give me a definition.
It is obviously an act of war. When you threaten the sovereignty of another country with your military, I don't know, that's one.
What do you mean sovereignty of another country with your military?
Yes, then you have a right to your own leaders, your own laws, your own borders. And if somebody comes,
okay, cool, good. Okay, so then you should be in favor of the Venezuela. Then you should be in favor of what Trump did because he was illegally elected.
You can be in favor or against it. We're not talking about that.
You literally just made an argument in favor of the idea of arresting Maduro.
No, we're arguing.
Yes, you did. You just said the people have a right to their elected leaders. He was not an elected leader.
You're not there yet. We're having a conversation on whether or not counted as an act of war, and you didn't seem to agree with that.
Okay, so define how it's define act of war, and then define how.
I said if you're doing a military action to threaten the sovereignty of another country, I would say.
Okay, well, it doesn't threaten the sovereignty of that country.
Okay, well, I disagree.
How does it threaten the sovereignty of that country when you literally admitted Maduro's
their leader with your military?
That wasn't their leader. Nobody wanted him. Nobody voted for him. They wanted him gone.
That's not for us to choose. It's the other. That's
Vegan. The one that's in place is his vice president.
Yeah. Sorry. So you want to have somebody in who's going to get killed by the cartels?
What?
She worked with, the reason...
He's arguing for why, at first he argued for why the leadership regime change had to happen, now he's arguing why it's actually really important for the current regime to stay there. Completely defeating.
It's not the same regime. It's not the same regime.
It's literally
the vice president. She's willing to play friendly with the United States from now on, and the issue with getting some other elected leaders, the cartels, would probably just kill them.
Yeah.
So
obviously that's the issue with getting another elected leader. So
I'm sorry, how is this? So I prefer having a set of circumstances that are more beneficial overall. So I see this as beneficial for the United States, and I see this as beneficial for Venezuelans. So out of the two...
Things to be acts of war. What is an act of war? That's where we were at.
You're the one who claimed what Trump did in Venezuela is an act of war. So you're the one making the claim. You're the one who has to explain what an act of war is and how the Trump thing fits that definition.
I did both of those things already.
You said threaten the sovereignty of the nation, so it doesn't threaten the sovereignty of the nation. You literally made the argument for it not threatening the sovereignty of the nation.
We're deposing the leader of another country.
Okay, so if the leader got into power by stealing an election and used like some of the most horrific ways to like quash protesters or political dissidents, you define that as a leader.
Yes. It might be a good reason to go to war with the country if you want, but it would still be an act of war against that regime, against that country. Yes.
Okay, so would you?
The argument a bit. If you leave
So you
regime
want to
in
keep
power
a
that
fascist dictator in power because
There
it would
is
threaten
a
the sovereignty of that
country
nation.
against
That's your whole
our
argument.
president.
It's not our country.
The vice
You
president
wait,
of
hold
that
on,
fascist dictatorship.
You're against. Wait.
We haven't even gotten to the point yet.
Sorry.
We haven't even gotten to the point yet for arguing whether or not we're
Cool.
justified or
Cool.
not.
So I just want to I just want to make sure I've got your position down.
That it's an act of war. My position is that we haven't even gotten to discussing.
I just want to understand. I just want to make sure I understand your position.
Sure.
I just want to make sure I understand your position.
My position right now is just saying that this is an act of war. That's all I'm saying.
So, right. So your position is Venezuela was run by a fascist dictator, and arresting him would harm the sovereignty of that country. Does that not sound fucking retarded to you? Would arresting Kim Jong-un threaten the sovereignty of North Korea? Would arresting Kim Jong-un threaten the sovereignty of North Korea?
Yes, it
Oh,
would.
it would.
Yes,
That's a
it would.
concern for you for arresting Kim Jong-un. North Koreans wouldn't have sovereignty.
What is a sovereign? It is a sovereign state.
Buddy, give me a fucking break. Is this like some fucking drug-induced psychosis from the Vyvanse you're on or some shit?
No, this is you who is incapable of separating normativity.
Arresting Kim Jong-un would harm the sovereignty of North Koreans. That does not make sense.
You're kind of making a different statement there, so it's not surprising that doesn't make sense to you. The country of North Korea, their leader right now is Kim Jong-un. Now, you can argue that he should be deposed for some number of reasons. That would be an act of war. Everybody would see it as such.
Well, it entirely depends. It probably would end up being an act of war because the only way to do that would be to go to war with North Korea and China. But again, if wait. I'm just curious. Let's say North Korea wasn't next to China. China had no interest in defending North Korea, and let's say arresting Kim Jong-un and maybe putting in some kind of replacement that would be more friendly to American interests and maybe also South Korean interests. You would be against that? If the geopolitical situation were the same as Venezuela, where we could just arrest Kim Jong-un and put in like some other puppet dictator or puppet politician that would hopefully be more kind to the people and also listen to the U.S. and they'd be able to get rid of some of these like insane prison camps. Like, you'd be against that because it would threaten the sovereignty of North Koreans? Like, what sovereignty do they have when you're talking about being under like the rule of a dictatorship?
When you're talking about doing an act of war, you're not generally considering the sovereignty of that country. An act of war would be a violation of the sovereignty of that country. But that's
what sovereignty do you have when you're under the thumb of a fascist dictatorship?
You can argue that the people of the country don't have a democratic country, or they don't have good representation, or they feel like they.
I'm asking you a specific.
An act of war, you would be engaged in an act of war.
You keep dodging, right? You keep dodging a question. I'm just asking you if the overall geopolitical situation with going into North Korea and kidnapping Kim Jong-un, arresting him for like war crimes and crimes against humanity, stuff like that, you would be against that for the same reason as you're against the thing in Venezuela, because it harms the sovereignty of North Koreans?
Do you think I'm against all war? Have I ever given that as a position ever?
No, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, would you be against Donald Trump doing the same thing in North Korea, assuming the geopolitical consequences would be exactly the same? So you're not talking about a prolonged war with China or North Korea. You're talking about a single-day military operation.
Oh, it's because you really want to talk. Okay, keep going. Okay. I would be opposed to Donald Trump doing it. Yes. I don't think Donald Trump is the man that we would need to lead us into a world where we are invading North Korea.
Okay, so the Venezuelan operation went down without a hitch. They had no U.S. casualties. They completely defeated all the Chinese, Russian radar and air defense systems. It was in and out, quick and easy, captured Maduro, put in, the puppet president, and the U.S. is in control of Venezuelan oil right now. Like, the entire operation, as far as completing objectives, all that, went down without a hitch. So clearly, whatever Trump's doing with his leadership and everything, it worked. So
I mean,
again,
we have to
assume.
see,
So
like,
you can
there's
talk
we
about
have-
him being
we have yet-
incompetent and all that.
We have yet
The
to see that.
Venezuelan
We have
operation
to-
went down without a hitch.
Yeah,
So
that's-
assuming-
yeah,
Got
it's too
Venezuelan
naive
oil.
to
They did
seriously
it.
engage with, so I don't know what to say.
So assuming the same thing would happen with North Korea, we could depose the North Korean dictator, Kim Jong-un, arrest him for war crimes and crimes against humanity. We could install some sort of puppet regime president that will be more friendly to the people, not be this crazy fascist dictatorship torturing people, and they will have there will be some geopolitical benefits for us. You'd be against doing that on the basis of it would harm North Korean sovereignty?
No, I never said that at all.
Okay, so then why would you be against doing that?
I don't know. You should try listening to some of the things that I've said, and then maybe you can figure it out.
You okay, so now you're right. So you changed your stance.
Yep. Mhm.
You first argued the reason it's bad is because because of North Korean sovereignty or Venezuelan sovereignty. I think I pointed out how stupid that was.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then you talked about like Donald Trump being incompetent or the wrong person to do the job. Well, again, the Venezuelan operation went down without a hitch. Absolutely nothing went wrong whatsoever.
No deaths. Perfect. In and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but vegan, they didn't install
Can I
a new
ask-
regime. They just left the one that's already there in power.
It's
I
not
was
okay. So
gonna
again,
say-
It was
it's
to get
not the exact same regime. It's the vice president.
It's
The vice
literally
president
the
is
exact
Yes,
working.
it is.
The vice president is
same
working with the
people.
United States. The vice
make it
president
not
is
the same
working with the
regime.
United States. The U.S. has control of the Venezuelan oil fields and
Doesn't make it
oil
not the same
refineries.
regime.
Actually, Marco Rubio is running it right now.
Why do you think? Hold on. Can I just ask, vegan? I'm just curious. Like, all of the arguments that you're making about how Maduro's an evil fascist dictator and shit, all of that shit just as easily applies to Delcy Rodriguez. Why do you think that it wouldn't? It feels like you're just okay with the U.S. going in there and taking out these people because you just want Big Daddy
I'm
Trump
sorry.
to come in.
Okay,
all the
so
arguments
I'm
about
sorry.
democracy
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
fucking matter.
Delcy Rodriguez.
Yes, the
Okay.
vice president of Venezuela.
That's a woman's name.
Yes. She's the president now, is she not? What, did they get a new leader, or is Marco Rubio running it? Am I out of the loop?
Okay,
Well,
so
Marco's
not-
running it, yes.
so you understand.
Delcy Rodriguez.
You understand. Maduro was basically just a drug cartel leader. So again,
You
it
understand
becomes a complicated
Delcy
issue.
Rodriguez, vice
It
president.
becomes a complicated issue to just establish a completely new democratic regime when the drug cartels have so much fucking power. They'll probably kill them and try to establish like the same status quo. So again,
Okay, it's
this is just
complicated.
part of a long game. It's not a perfect
Vegan,
situation.
Can I, vegan? I feel like you know how people say that Russia is a gas station masquerading as a country. Would you say that Venezuela is like a bunch of drug dealers masquerading as a country?
Very much so.
Okay, that makes sense.
Vegan, if I can find you a Venezuelan who didn't want Trump to invade Venezuela, would that change anything for you?
Depends if they're a member of Code Pink or not.
Probably wouldn't.
What is that? Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
so-
Venezuelan.
Oh, you're
didn't
Venezuelan?
know.
So are you actually from
Yeah.
Venezuela?
Well, I was born in the U.S., but my
Oh, okay. Right. Okay. So you never lived there. You have no idea what it's actually like to live there. You've never experienced
have-
any of the drug cartels targeting political dissidents that
Are you from
are
the US,
controlled by
Vegan
Maduro.
Games?
Right. Okay.
I have
He's Canadian.
Wait, are you from the
like
U.S.?
me.
I'm Canadian.
Oh, so you've never lived in America. You don't know anything about our politics, etc., right?
I'm sorry. Like, this is a fucking guy who grew up in the United States. He's not Venezuelan. What the
Okay,
fuck
you're a
does
guy
that
who
have
grew
to
up in
do with
Canada,
anything?
talking about the United States elections. What the
Okay,
fuck do you have to say about it?
vegan.
I'm not talking
you're
about
gonna
the
have to
United States elections. We're talking about the fucking military actions that Trump has done in Venezuela
Sure,
and
I
Iran.
misspoke. United States politics. My bad.
Okay, but how would you know anything about that, Vegan Gains? You're literally Canadian.
They're gaslighting you, vegan.
Yeah, they
Don't fall for
are.
it.
Vegan, you're going to have to show us evidence that anything has changed on the ground materially in terms of human rights in Venezuela, because that I have not seen anything about that. And unless you can produce something that
Okay,
says that,
so
then I don't really
make
think
a
that
single
what you're
argument for
saying
why getting rid of
matters.
Maduro is a bad thing. Name one thing that has gotten worse.
I think that if you're going to get rid
Name
of Maduro,
right.
then hold on, listen. I think that if you're going to get rid of Maduro and you're going to make a bunch of arguments about how he's an evil fascist dictator, then getting rid of him shouldn't basically just be, oh, we're just going to replace him with his vice president.
Okay,
and, like,
so you don't
keep
have
the
an
exact
argument,
same
right? So
fucking
you
regime in
don't have a
power.
single argument for why it's a problem.
Yeah,
to get rid of
that's my
Maduro.
argument. My argument is you need to stop talking about
Right.
the
Your
fascist
argument
dictatorship.
is, oh, I don't like war. Ooh, big scary noises.
What?
It's bad. Right. So you don't have an argument.
I literally
Right. So you don't have an
support
argument.
Ukraine. Fuck
Yeah, you literally
and I'm,
don't have an
pretty
argument.
pro-Israel.
Right. So you literally do not have an argument. So
Yeah,
it was
I
a
don't have an
military
argument
operation
against
that went
doing
down without a
dumb
hitch.
shit
It's
where you
geopolitically
swap
advantageous for
one
the United
leader in
States,
favor
and
of
they got rid of a
another.
horrible fucking dictator. Not one single fucking thing for either Venezuelans or the United States got worse. And your only fucking argument is, I don't like bang bang loud noises. So you don't have an argument.
Wow,
Let's say
nice
that-
assumptions, bro.
Let's say Trump decides tomorrow that he
What's
wants to
the
kill
argument? What assumption am I making? You literally just said what you said. What is the argument?
Hold on. Is this
that
guy
okay, then?
unable to listen to anything that anybody says?
Are
Like,
you
I feel like
are you
listened
able to
Destiny
fucking
and now
understand
you're
the own
not
thoughts that are in
listening
your
to
head?
what I was
What
saying?
name one fucking argument for why it was a bad thing to fucking get rid of
Because
Maduro?
it doesn't change anything.
Okay, so if it doesn't change anything, then it's net neutral. If it doesn't change anything, then it's neutral. That's not a bad thing. So I asked you one negative, and the only thing you could say it didn't change anything. So you can't even name one negative. You admitted
That's a
you
really
can't even name one
shitty
negative.
precedent too. To like that, you can just say, "Oh, okay, well, you know what? America's just going to be able to go in and kidnap people's leaders now."
Yeah, goddamn right.
regardless
That's
of whether
because
they're
America.
legitimately
That's because
elected.
America's the worldwide fucking police. If you don't play fucking ball, you get fucked over. That's not
they're
a bad
not.
thing. That's a good geopolitical strategy. It makes sure
Yeah, but they're
all the
not.
bad actors have to stay on their toes and they have to be worried of threat of military action from the United States.
Right,
That's a good
When's it
thing.
going to happen to Putin?
That's
When's it gonna
a
happen to
good
Putin?
thing.
Is-
Well,
is
what do you
Putin
mean?
next?
I'm sorry. Billions of dollars have been sent to Ukraine. The idea that the United States has not material helped Ukraine.
I'm not saying that
is
they haven't.
ridiculous.
Although I don't think that everyone has done enough. But like,
Gaines, is it good if the good actors are also afraid of the U.S.?
yeah.
Like how?
If like France and shit.
Oh,
like,
France,
Denmark
merci
and-
beaucoup. I'm going to
France
eat
and
my
Denmark
croissant.
have
America's so bad. I'm so
for,
worried about what the French people
invasion.
think. Oh, yeah, oui, 69.
Baguettes.
Damn, Canadians really.
Oh, where the French people are upset. Oh, no.
France actually has a pretty capable
How do you
military.
feel about Indians, vegan gains?
Yeah, they send military to Greenland to protect against U.S. invasion because that was a worry.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sure. So, okay. So let's have this debate in like 4 years when Trump's out of office. Let's see if there's a fucking U.S. invasion of France. Give me a fucking break,
I'm
buddy.
not talking about against
Who's
the
talking about a
U.S.
U.S. invasion of France?
That's not what I was saying.
France.
Gaines.
Okay, sorry. If that's not what you're saying, then what the fuck? Why the fuck are you even bothering
France
opening up your mouth?
Denmark. France
I
and
said-
Denmark
I was
sent
just
military
saying.
to Greenland to defend
France has a
against U.S.
capable
invasion.
military.
Yeah, right. Sure. So again, let's have this conversation in another few years. Let's see if the U.S. invades Greenland. Like again, so you're a fucking clown.
It's ridiculous. There's zero chance, by the way.
Oh my! Hold on? Do you actually think that? Hold on. Do you actually think that that the United States right now is acting as the world's policeman? Do you think that Trump cares about that? Did you not hear him say all that dumb shit about fucking about the bullshit with like how this is our sphere of influence and the Don Roe doctrine and all that garbage? That's why he did it.
Trump
It's
can
'cause he
say
wants South
all
America.
sorts of shit.
America's
Guess what?
sphere of
Venezuela got
influence.
fucking clapped. Iran's getting fucking clapped. The Houthis are getting clapped. All the Iranian proxies are getting clapped, and it's all setting up good dominoes for if China ever dares invade Taiwan. So look, America is in fact acting as the world's police. They are getting rid of bad actors. I do agree. Trump should have committed to more military aid for Ukraine. The one upside to this like slow fight though is that Russia's military and economy are just They're getting more
Yeah,
depleted than they otherwise would be.
I'm sure
rather
that
than,
I'm sure the Ukrainians are real happy about
That's great.
about that.
That's great.
rather than
Wait.
actually
Wait.
having, you know,
That's
more
great.
military.
Wait. So Venezuela got fucking
Iran-
clapped. They were accepting help from China and Russia with their missile systems.
They got
Absolutely
smoked.
annihilated. Iran got fucking clapped. Again, they were receiving support from China and Russia with some of their military technology. Absolutely getting annihilated, smoked. And again, it knocks down all the necessary dominoes where China is going to have a much fucking harder time invading Taiwan. And in fact, U.S. assesses China not planning to invade Taiwan in 2027. That's a Reuters article. China was, in fact, planning on invading Taiwan in 2027, and they're realizing the U.S. military is way too much of a fucking problem for them.
Sorry, you're just gonna keep filibustering? Okay, good.
It's not
No, that's
filibustering.
States, do you think the United States is at war with Iran right now? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, so should they talk to Congress and get approval for that?
They only need to do that after 60 days.
Okay.
90 days.
So after the 90 days,
Or
do you think
90
that,
days.
do you think Trump's gonna do that?
Probably.
Okay. And do you think the United States
they
should have worked with
informed
their
members of
European allies-
Congress.
Do you think the United States should have worked with their European allies while they're invading Iran?
As far as I understand, they did. It's just that they're a bunch of fucking weak cowards.
Okay, what do you mean they did?
Yeah, as far as I understand, they informed European leaders that they were going to attack Iran. They were looking for
Okay,
support.
can you link me an article of that?
I don't know, maybe.
Before the invasion?
I don't know. You could do a little Google search from the media I've seen. It
already
looks
done-
like
yeah,
they
I'm
were
trying
trying
to
to
find something
coordinate
that's
with.
impossible to
They
find
were trying to
because
coordinate
you're
with
talking about
European
something that's
leaders,
never happened
including the
before.
UK. But when you see,
Yeah, they were trying to
when,
coordinate after they were already invaded.
yeah, well, great. That's great. So in either case, they're weak fucking cowards. And again, you can look at some of the
Okay, so you're
bullshit.
accepting
You can
that
look
they
at some of the
didn't try to work with
bullshit.
them
You can look at
before
some of the
they
bullshit.
were invaded.
Great. Well, guess what? Guess what? If that's the case, I don't see what fucking argument they have after the fact to not help. So
Okay, but that's not the point.
if you look at Keir Starmer, if you look at Keir Starmer, yeah, if you look at Keir Starmer, yeah, so if you look at Keir Starmer, the whole fucking reason they're apprehensive with aiding the U.S. With the invasion or attack or invasion of Iran is just because they have too many fucking Muslims in their country and they're worried about getting votes for the next election.
Okay,
that's literally all it is.
Do you think it might have something to do? Do you think their hesitance might have something to do with France and Denmark having to send troops to Greenland to prepare for a U.S. invasion of Greenland?
Oh, yeah, the imminent U.S. invasion of Greenland, I'm sure. Care to show me any fucking... Yeah, care to show me any intelligence... Yeah, cool. Care to show me any fucking intelligence data indicating that the U.S. is about to invade Greenland? Care to show me? No, don't have that. It's just Donald Trump saying things.
Send troops?
No, it's just right.
Yes, I actually can. The
Right.
United States
Okay.
literally plans to
The
invade
imminent
Greenland.
invasion of Greenland. So, you want to put some money on it? Yeah, cool. You want to put some money on it? You want to put some money on it? You want to put some money on it? How confident are you? How much fucking cash do you want to throw down? How much cash do you want to throw down? So when's the invasion gonna happen?
Okay,
What year? What month? What year? What month
planned.
is the Greenland invasion gonna happen?
It's probably not going to happen, but you're...
Oh, okay. It's probably not going to happen. It's just something I say so people get mad at Trump. I just hate Trump. Trump bad. Trump bad. I just bring up the Greenland thing to make people hate Trump. That's all I can do.
I don't know why Zipzit brought up the Greenland thing. He was retarded for bringing it up because I was literally cooking you.
From it.
Right, so I'm not interested in like arguing with like fucking retarded children over whether the tooth fairy exists, buddy. So like, shut up with the fucking Greenland thing. It's stupid.
The Greenland thing is pretty stupid, but Trump's generals did.
Buddy, shut up. You're a fucking idiot, and even your buddy here calls you a fucking idiot. So shut the fuck up about the fucking Greenland thing.
The Greenland, just so everybody knows, the United States military like has plans to invade like everyone.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, everybody. They're gonna invade Canada and the UK and France.
Holy shit! I'm trying to help you here. Shut the fuck up, Jesus. This is not for. I'm not saying that just
women
because
are
they
to be
have
seen, not
invaded
heard.
lands,
Shut up.
Just because they have invasion plans doesn't mean they're going to do it. I'm saying the United States military has plans to invade like
Right,
everyone.
just like Batman.
It's a
Just like
thing
Batman.
that they do.
Right, just like
It
Batman.
doesn't.
Batman plans to has plans to take out the whole Justice League. America's just like Batman.
Legitimately have.
Right,
You just
like
don't
Batman.
know.
Right, America's like Batman.
That's not what I'm
He has a plan to
saying,
take
you
out
dumb
Superman.
fuck.
He has a plan to take out Martian Manhunter. He has plans to take out the Flash. America's like Batman.
Do you actually not believe me? Like, do you think that what I'm saying isn't true? Do you
No,
want- do you
America's
want, like,
Batman.
evidence?
No, America's Batman.
No, I'm not saying that. The United States
America's
just
Batman.
has like battle plans.
Vegan, that's literally an argument in your favor.
I'm trying to help you here, dude. The U.S. has plans for every country. Okay,
Yeah,
it's just a
yeah.
thing that they
America
do.
Batman.
The United States has has plans to fight like fucking zombies or whatever because they just making up
thing
war
is, Kalinda,
plans.
though, is they made new plans after Trump started fucking talking about the invasion of Greenland.
Yeah,
I'm not talking
I
about
know.
fucking
It's
old
'cause
plans that they were talking about.
He asked them to. Yeah,
yes,
because I
correct.
think because he asked them to update it or whatever.
Well, yeah, because he was interested in invading Greenland. He's interested in what he could do there.
Yeah. By the way, do you guys know why he cared about that? I'm just curious.
Yeah,
Does anyone
yeah.
know?
So it's because Greenland is going to be a very important strategical location for defending against China because of new shipping routes that are opening up due to global warming. Somebody told, oh my God, are you black? Donald Trump was told this by some of his military advisors, and then he just basically just said some silly horse shit.
That's part of it. The other part of it is
That's
that
literally
Europe
it.
doesn't. That's not the only thing.
That's literally
This
it.
is
European leaders have treated Donald Trump like he's a fucking joke. He's kind of like salty about it. And again, this is just his way of getting back like a child.
That's not the only reason. By the way, I'm trying to help you again, but you just don't want to listen because you're a fucking child. No,
You're the one
it's
talking
also-
about Batman.
Really can't tell that you're helping.
Jesus
I really cannot tell you're helping. He's that.
You brought up Batman.
You know what? All right, that's fine. I'm not going to help you. Fuck it. I wanted to come in and explain to Destiny at some point why Trump actually cared about Greenland because Trump's an idiot and people tell him things and then he computes that as, oh, well, let's just invade because he's a retard. But anyway, whatever.
You're
Go
repeating
on.
what I said.
Trump's retarded.
That's not all that you said, though.
That's all that I
There
said.
was more to it. There
You
was
should
more
just
to
engage
it.
honestly with what he's saying instead of like straw manning him.
What,
I'm
you
not
mean
trying
like when he said like the European Union was informed prior? Yeah, okay. I mean, how do I
that
engage
was
with
a
somebody who's just in
serious
here
thing.
lying?
What do you mean?
I said to the best of my knowledge, they were informed about. But by the way, the idea that they'd even have to be
Yeah.
informed, I was
That's
telling
really
everybody that they were going to fucking invade Iran. Like what?
They should
Like
be informed
anybody
and
can
they
see
should-
this
Trump
horseshit
should
coming
work with
from a
them.
fucking billion miles
They're
away.
your allies.
You don't
They're
think
your
they were
fucking allies.
consulting? Sorry, you don't think they were consulting with each other? And again, you can look at after the fact how all these European leaders, including UK leaders, responded after Donald Trump was asking for help in the Strait of Hormuz and shit. Oh, we're not going to do that. We have too many Muslims in our country, and they're going to get mad at us if we take down a
what they
huge terror
said.
regime. So it's going to be a trouble for us in the next election. Same with fucking Canada. Like our fucking prime minister came out and said Islam is what is it? Muslim culture is Canadian culture. Like they're all fucking whores.
Who's all whores?
Liberal governments.
Where Carney is based.
No, he is a pathetic fucking weak coward. And he's clearly a fucking anti-Semite.
Sorry.
Oh, come on, bro.
He's a
Really?
fucking anti-Semite. He recognized the state of Palestine while they still had fucking Jewish hostages. Guy's a fucking pathetic anti-Semite.
True.
I guess you don't support Palestinians getting their own state ever, do you?
No, they're pieces of shit. Fuck them.
Oh my god. Damn, I didn't know you were so
They never had a
right-wing.
fucking state. They can eat shit.
Does vegan like Jews because at least they don't eat pork?
I like Jews
That's
because
an
they're not
excellent
fucking
question.
retarded. And they're also not
Can't tell that
fucking
yes or no.
pussies. It's sovereign nation. Iran. Oh, it's wrong to like attack Iran without notification from Congress. And the way Jews think, fucking fascist Islamic dictatorship. Fuck you. Get fucked. So yeah, I totally support Israel and the Jews. They're not fucking weaselly little fucking pussies who have these stupid little fucking debates of, you didn't inform Congress and you're attacking another nation's sovereignty.
Yeah. Fuck, fuck the law, fuck the norms.
Oh,
fuck
the
all
law.
that
So if
shit.
we care so much about the law, then why the fuck aren't we all concerned about Iran supporting fucking terrorism worldwide? They're the biggest worldwide sponsor of terrorism. They've killed fucking hundreds of American troops over the last few decades. Like none of that matters, right? But Iranian sovereignty, like again, I came in here to fucking debate this shit, and then all fucking Destiny can do is just weasel his way out of the own arguments he fucking made and backtrack, and then he won't even fucking engage.
We all famously love terrorism here, yes.
True.
So, the moral of the story is don't listen to pencil neck fucking weaklings, okay? If you can't bench at least fucking 2 plates aside, I don't think you should be taking anybody seriously. So, fuck Maduro, glad that fucker's arrested, and fuck Iran. They're gonna get fucking bombed. And if anybody else doesn't play along, they should get bombed too.
Bench 2 plates? Doesn't that mean we're not trusting Trump anymore? Doesn't that undermine your whole argument?
Well, people around him can bench 2 plates.
Really? Who?
Yeah, I'm sure Pete Hegseth. I think the 315 was faked, but I'm sure he could bench 2 plates.
You think the cartels in Venezuela can bench 2 plates?
Probably. There's probably a lot of gang members do lift weights.
Should we listen to those people?
No, they're bad. At least they're not pussies, though.
Oh, and they eat meat too, I think so. Yeah, true.
The Netanyahu bench 2 plates.
Oh, there's plenty of people in the IDF who can bench 2 plates, and there's some sexy ass IDF babes too.
I'm talking specifically about BB here.
Well, I know his brother probably could. He was in the Defense Forces, so.
Yeah, I know. He was in the Entebbe raid, which, by the way, was fucking based.
Yeah.
That was some badasses really.
But the
there.
UN, piracy, you fucking invaded a sovereign nation. What do you think about that, Destiny? Was that an invasion of a sovereign nation? Did that hurt the nation's sovereignty?
Jeez,
are we supposed to listen to dictators?
Are you okay, buddy?
Can you seriously engage with this question, Steve? Like, it's being honest. You're being dismissive.
It violates their sovereignty. We need to listen to dictators and do whatever they say because it would violate sovereignty. It's wrong to arrest Kim Jong-un because North Korean sovereignty. Like, again, this is just fucking horseshit. So I don't know why.
The whole point that
like,
it
look,
was a warlike action and that we were at war for the
I never
time.
said anything about it being good or bad, but that's okay.
Look, I think Steve is a bit of a grifter. I think he knows a lot of the left wing is being infiltrated by fucking communist pieces of shit, like Hassan. I think his own audience is turning into like gay beta male fucking simp dipshits who are just listening to commie propaganda where, the war with Iran is illegal, deposing Maduro was illegal, why are we using the military for what the military does, war bad. And then I think Steve's just grifting, and he's holding positions that he doesn't really hold. Like, again, this is just fucking retarded. Like, he's literally telling me, under the same geopolitical circumstances, he would be wrong, he would think it would be wrong to arrest Kim Jong-un and put in place some friendlier dictator because it would violate North Korean sovereignty. And then, again, after we talked about this for a little bit, he realized he was being a fucking retard, and then he didn't even hold that position anymore. And then he just stopped engaging with me. Like again, Steve's a smart guy. Like, not that smart, but, like, not retarded like Hassan. So I think he's kind of grifting, and he's playing a bit to his audience, where this is just the popular narrative among left-wing progressives, just being a fucking pussy and acting like, oh, everything has to be legal, and what about Congress? And really all they're doing is listening to Chinese communist brain rot propaganda. And again, this is all priming everybody to be against U.S. military intervention when China tries to invade Taiwan. That's all this fucking is. All this bullshit about, oh, it's wrong to invade fucking Venezuela. Oh, it's wrong to invade Iran. Why is the U.S. meddling in all these foreign politics? That's exactly what fucking China wants you to think, because they don't want a U.S. intervention in fucking Taiwan. So all this is Chinese brain rot fucking propaganda. It's the right fucking thing to do. There was a time when America stood up for, values, right and wrong. And when there's a fucking fascist dictatorship, being abusive to his own fucking people, murdering political dissidents, and fucking over America geopolitically, we'd have no fucking problem invading Venezuela and arresting the dictator. But now we have all this communist brain rot fucking horse shit where we have fucking weak little pencil neck pussies on the fucking internet peddling this bullshit. War is bad. What? It's illegal. Well, you know what? You don't have to fucking worry about any of this because you wouldn't fucking even pass the fucking physical to join the military. So if you're so fucking worried about the US going to war, don't worry, you're not going to go to war, okay? You're too fucking weak and scrawny, and you're probably gay too.
Vegan gains. So the Iraq War was based, right?
I think it was a good thing to take out Saddam Hussein. I think just after that, there was a lot of mistakes that the U.S. military made when it came to trying to stabilize the region, create a new government there, and just staying in for too long, stuff like that.
Couldn't that happen
Gains,
right now with Iran?
I have a question. What do you think if I think that China should just use their military? Like, what's the problem with China just using their military, like in Taiwan? Like, they have a fascist dictator, so why would that be bad if they invaded Taiwan?
So I don't respond to stupid fucking idiotic children, so have fun playing with your little fucking Tinker Toys there, dipshit.
Hold on. Destiny just asked you a
Can you
good
smash
question.
your keyboard again? Can you smash your keyboard again, Vegan Gains?
Couldn't the same thing happen?
Play with your fucking
that
Hot
happened in
Wheels,
Iraq?
retard.
Couldn't the same thing that happened in Iraq happen in Iran?
No.
What's preventing that? Why not?
No, it's a totally different set of geopolitical circumstances. Look, this is just fucking retarded. Okay, again, this is Chinese communist brain rot fucking propaganda. You'll hear this narrative all the time. When fucking the Venezuela thing happened. Oh, what about Iraq? When the Iran thing happened. What about Iraq? People are just going to keep bringing up Iraq. Well, how about you go fuck yourself? I don't fucking care. The idea that the U.S. military and, all the bureaucracies within the U.S. government can't fucking figure out some of the fucking mistakes they made in Iraq, and just correct those mistakes for the future and do things differently. And the fact that this is a completely different set of geopolitical circumstances as well. I don't take this seriously. Look, I don't take this seriously.
Okay, I brought up Iraq because I wanted to test your consistency, but I'm not saying that it's the same shit. But what I am saying is that if the U.S. wanted to do this and they wanted to invade and then install a different regime and shit, it would take a few years. It's not something you could do in 5 minutes. And I don't think the American public has the stomach for that.
So first of all,
that's why I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah. So first of all, this doesn't seem like something that's going to take several years. I know one of the big military objectives is to basically cause a regime change. I don't think that's as difficult as people are kind of making it out to be.
I don't think that's going to be what's necessarily going to happen.
It's also never been their objective that they've said.
Yeah, they've walked back on that a whole bunch.
That was an objective. They're kind of walking back and talking about negotiation, but all the negotiations are completely failing. And I was never thinking that they would do this and not make efforts to do a regime change. I think some of these negotiations are just kind of a PR kind of stunt. I don't think they're serious about negotiations.
By the way, you can't do regime change from the air. That's not a thing that has.
Well, they're sending in the Marines, and the Marines fuck shit up. So.
Yeah, we still don't know how they're going to do that, but all right, we'll see.
Well, yeah, it's called fucking machine gun.
No, I mean we don't know what those Marines are even going to do or whatever. I feel like
they kill bad people. That's what they're paid to do.
No, I mean we don't know what the strategy or have any kind of. For all we know, they could just.
Yeah, the strategy is see bad person, shoot them, fuck eye sockets.
You have a very simplistic way of looking at all of this.
Well, yeah, it is simple. That's how guns work. You point, you shoot, you fucking kill the bad people.
Anything else?
Yeah, I think the point was made pretty clear. This whole Iran thing is extremely important for the overall American geopolitical strategy. It has clearly been a benefit with delaying China's invasion of Taiwan if they ever plan on invading. Xi is so old right now, and he clearly has had some health issues that China, like he may die before they ever plan on invading, and whoever replaces them, who knows how committed they're going to be with an invasion of Taiwan. Who knows how the CCP is going to be moving forward. So this is a good thing. It's clearly delayed a Chinese invasion of Taiwan.
Do you have any evidence that that's the reason why they delayed it, or are you just making that assumption because, like, I guess America is the center of the universe? Are you sure that it's not because that China feels that they just aren't ready yet because they've been building up their military in order to get ready to invade?
Well, again, Xi has tried to ready their military for a 2027 invasion, and according to
maybe
US
they just weren't ready.
Yeah, so according to U.S. assessments, that's not the case. And this has happened before. China probably would have invaded Taiwan earlier if the Iraq War didn't happen. But China, seeing how easily the Iraqi military was defeated in Iraq, that delayed their plans.
There's no way that they were ready, like in 2003.
Well, yeah, they realized they sure as fuck weren't ready with how advanced the U.S. military was and how easily they defeated the Iraqi military. So, yeah, they got taught a lesson. They were in all likelihood
you're
planning.
Assuming that's the only reason.
They were in all likelihood planning an invasion of Taiwan. Then they realized how fucking badly they'd get stomped by the U.S. military, and then they didn't. So again, these actions, like what happened in Venezuela, where the U.S. easily defeated Chinese and Russian radar and missile defense systems, that sends a message to China that your technology sucks, it's Chinese trash, and we can fuck you over. Same with what's going on in Iran. Annihilating fucking Iran, taking out all their fucking leadership, and completely, like, just being in control of the fucking country fundamentally within a matter of days. That just shows China that if they want to fuck with the United States, they're going to have to have a lot more firepower and a lot more smart, competent people.
Okay, you don't actually have any evidence that that's what delayed it. You're just making that assumption because you think America's.
No. So I'm not a retard. Okay, so when China wants to invade Taiwan to get control of the silicon fab facilities there, and they realize there's a big bad motherfucker who could stomp them, I can put two and two together. So no, these military actions put China in their fucking place, and they teach them you're fucking inferior to America. Your technology sucks. Your GDP is at best 1/10 of that of the United States per capita. You're all poor, broke, fucking gutter-sucking pieces of trash. They literally eat fucking gutter oil. They're so fucking broken, poor, and stupid. So if they're serious about this Taiwanese invasion thing, they better be fucking ready for it. Because again, all of these military actions that the U.S. has committed, you may disagree with it. You might not think it's the nicest thing that some innocent people get killed or you have to crack a few eggs. But from an overall geopolitical strategy, it scares our enemies. And that's probably a more important fucking thing, keeping some of these big bad actors in check.
Hey, Vegan, I have a question. I think you know this better than me. Was your ex-wife Chinese or Iranian? I need to understand if that's having any influence on that. No? Okay. Just thinking, okay. Wait, was she Venezuelan?
No.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. French?
No.
A little confused, but okay.
Okay, anything else?
No, the only other thing is stop being a fucking pussy. So again, all this bullshit about, you didn't inform Congress, it's illegal. Guess what? That's all Chinese brain rat propaganda. So the informing Congress thing, that's just a load of fucking horseshit. That's Chinese communist propaganda that the liberal, especially the progressive left, is just spewing. So you people really need to stop just guzzling down fucking Chinese brain rot horseshit. So,
wait, can I ask a question? So are you saying like if there is a country or basically like a group of people and there are other people who are like oppressively
leading those people such that if they step out of line, they can either be abandoned, starved, or killed, that we would be right to go in and kill the leadership of that country?
What do you like? What do you so?
Like, let's say that there is a group. Let's say there was a group of people, and let's say that they had like leaders in that society, and those leaders would murder members of their society. They have no rights whatsoever. There's no trials. There's no elections. There's nothing like else. Maybe it's done by birth. Maybe the leaders just kill the prior leaders. You'd say that like it's okay for us to step in and like kill those people.
Yeah.
Why can't we eat animals then? Because don't they kind of do that sometimes in their societies? Like, would we be right to like go and like abduct tigers and lions and eat them since they kind of like rule the
I
place
don't
over
have a
their
problem with
fellow
killing
animals?
carnivorous animals.
Oh, okay, based. All right, just checking.
That's why I wouldn't have a problem with taking you out, motherfucker. Better go vegan. Got my sights on you.
Would you eat a
Well-
cat?
Huh?
Would you eat a cat?
No.
Of course, he said, yeah, you would.
I didn't say I'd
What do you
eat a
mean, they're
cat.
Cats are carnivores.
My cat's vegan.
They're obligate carnivores.
Yeah, my
Your
cat
cat's
eats a vegan
vegan?
diet.
Poor cat.
Well, you can take a look at my Instagram. My cat could probably beat your ass.
Wait, how many
Is
places
your cat on roids too, or
No, he's just a big motherfucker.
How many plates do you bench?
Probably like 3.
Oh
Is that
shit!
3 on
we
each
gotta look
side,
that
or is
up.
that 1 on each side and 1 in the middle?
No, 3 on each side.
Okay.
Damn.
All right, well, take care.
That's pretty big too.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
Tell your keyboard I said hi.
All right, take care. Well, there you go. The big Destiny debate you all wanted. VG never loses. It's funny the mixed reaction that I get from his chat. Where were we? Okay, there you go, Dodo. Dodo Donatillers, Adam said to his audience to not support any candidate that supports Israel, that gives money to Israel or votes for Israel aid or anything. Israel do not support that candidate, and that's supposedly Destiny's friend, and Destiny has not been strong supporting the war. Well, I think I made a pretty good fucking argument. Destiny pretty much shut the hell up the entire time. Like, I mean, that was fucking retarded. From the very beginning. Like he was saying it would be wrong to arrest the North Korean dictator because it would violate North Korea's sovereignty. Like, he dropped that pretty quickly, too, and then, like, he just shut up for the rest of the time and let everybody else handle me, but, like, that was bad. That was just pathetic, all of them. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo Donatillers, can you also try the debate tactic? Can you repeat back what you just said to him? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Problem is, Destiny wasn't really talking too much, but, yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo. That was hilarious, that video Andrew Wilson made.
I wish it was about the UK lol, but nah, just people that are pissed off at the Trump admin. About ICE, Israel funding, the war in Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, Greenland, the tariff, Epstein files too, etc. All that crybaby shit. Some of that are reasonable too.
Most of these things that people are talking about with Trump are just a waste of time. The Epstein file thing, like, the only reason that's important is more because it may reveal that Trump or some other political figures are compromised by the Russian regime. ICE is not great. That is an issue. It's like just fucking stupid. It's mostly Fourth Amendment issues with the ICE thing, but also they have killed a lot of people, and just severely injured some people with like just shootings. So the ICE thing's kind of important. The Israel funding is just nonsense. The war in Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, the Greenland, that stuff's nonsense. The tariffs, that's important, you know, for the economy, but so much of, most of it's just crybaby shit, and it's just unimportant. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Fucking commie non-intervention brain rot.
Yep, just pussy shit. Thanks for the donation, Yash.
Well, sadly you barely talked about Iran itself at all or even managed to debate Ditsini. It was really just his minions railroading. Did you notice how when Ditsini ran out of arguments his minions conveniently jumped in to bombard you?
Yeah, that's what he does. Dude, it was so hilarious. Every fucking claim he made was in favor of my argument. It was so fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo $20, and you didn't bring up Adam Mockler, his anti-Semitic friend, to make Destiny call him out. You should have told Destiny, say right now in stream to denounce Adam Mockler as an anti-Semite. Yeah, I forgot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Look at what they're saying about you on his stream after you left the debate.
What are they saying? I saw, like, some people whining and crying and stuff, here and there. There's some people that were taking my side, and then there are other people, who are like, glad vegan engages God vitally. You know, the usual. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Can you go pop back in and tell him to get you set up on the next debate panel because they're ready to clap some progressive cheeks?
I'm not gonna bother. I'd rather not be on a debate panel. I'd rather just debate Destiny, because, like, the people he talks to are just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Off topic, he'll go a whole day drinking just diet soda. Is this an adequate substitute for water? I feel fine. I know diet soda is 99% carbonated water. I've asked you this before.
It's fine. I don't know if you'll be able to drink enough actual water, but it's fine. Like, you should drink a fair bit of water. If you're having just, like, little soda cans, that might be hard to get in an adequate amount of water. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Or not Dodo, Ronald. Dodo $20 would be fun to hear you debate the Epstein files with Destiny, too, because he is a cuck on that, too. Yeah, maybe in the future I'll do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo $20 meant, look what Destiny and the minions were saying about you after you left the call. Oh.
Need to face and be prepared for. You know,
actions that the U.S. has committed.
He's like gone full.
I don't think he was ever like a progressive guy. He was just a vegan, but.
Well, you see, his wife left him, so.
Jesus, chill. Well, we don't know how much that we could be putting the cart before the horse. Who knows?
Didn't he used to come in here and yell at you about platforming Nazis?
Yeah, but he's never been right wing or left wing. I think he's always had kind of his own take on things.
Oh, okay. By the way, Dylan's going to be on there at 6 o'clock. All right, sorry, at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
EST.
Well,
and he's going to be talking with an old
Mike.
like someone familiar to you, Destiny, the Josie Rose person.
Oh, I don't even remember this person, but.
Wait, you don't remember them?
Nope. But if we're gonna get the Dylan part, I have to listen to this. So if you.
Yeah, they're pretty dumb. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
City, sluggish exports, and so on and so forth. But the underlying issue of the faltering economy, in my opinion, is a severe population crisis. China's actual population is far below than the official figure of 1.4 billion. I was never able to quantify it until today. So with help of AI, ChatGPT, I discovered that China's population may be overstated by 37 to 50%. Let me explain my methodology. It's very simple. I want to compare China and India's population between the 30-year period from 1990 to 2020. Let's also compare their average fertility rate between the two countries and their median age. So these are the numbers. So I show you the population between the two countries. These are all, by the way, all official numbers. And you could see that in 1990, China's population is over India's by about 270 million. And 30 years later, China's population is still over India by 30. However, if you look at the fertility rate, India's average fertility rate during the 30 years is so much higher than China's, almost 3. That means every woman, on average, has 3 children.
Donate chillers, can you challenge the people leaving nasty comments in chat to debate you on Discord or ban them if they don't? I didn't notice. Are there new people in chat? Destiny went silent, so I can tell it didn't go well for him. Yeah. He does that. Like, look, if he has people around, he'll have them just annoy me, and then if there's nobody around, he'll just play the sarcasm game where it's like, oh yeah, sure, oh yeah, that's my actual position. So I said what I needed to say. Like, obviously, if nobody can make a response, either Destiny or his like stupid minions, I think the job's done. Thanks for the donation, though, F.
In India, that's average during the 30 years. And in China, the average is 1.7. Both countries have seen median age increase over the years. In 1990, both countries were young countries. I mean, the average age was 20 and 24. But in 30 years, China has grown much older, right? The increase in median age is 15 years, whereas India only increased 9 years. So we look at these numbers.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. There's no way they'd be able to have that kind of population increase. So
you wouldn't think that there's a problem, but mathematically we know there's a problem.
And again, with a median age disparity like that, again, that doesn't make any sense.
With that kind of fertility rate in India, consistently over 30 years,
They want to martyr children and say look, Israel killed the children, this is who destiny is defending. True.
Yep, that's what they do.
استقبال بسیار زیادی که توسط مردم عزیزمون در شهر تهران شد و با توجه به اینکه سنینی که حضور پیدا می‌کردن و مطالبه می‌کردن که بخوان حضور پیدا کنن، ما این سن رو روی 12 سال.
This is what Iran does. They used children during the war with Iraq. Iran was at war with Iraq for a few years. They used fucking child soldiers back then. They primarily used them to basically clear landmines. They just have waves of children run through a minefield, blow up the fucking mines, and then that would give room for, normal adult troops to push forward without risk of getting blown up by any of the mines. It was fucked.
به بالا آوردیم، یعنی الان برای بچه‌های 12 ساله 13 ساله میخوان حضور پیدا کنن در این فضا.
It's fucking retarded. Very true.
Ich wundere mich immer wieder darüber, das ist jetzt gar nicht parteipolitisch nur gemeint, ich wundere mich immer wieder darüber, wie zum Beispiel die Grünen mit einer unglaublichen Pose für Gleichberechtigung und für Frauenrechte einstehen und dann werden sie plötzlich ganz still, wenn es mal darum geht, mal über das Familienbild im Islam zu sprechen und mal darüber offen zu sprechen, was da denn auch für ein Frauenbild in diesen Gesellschaften teilweise herrscht. So, und darüber müssen wir sprechen. Das müssen wir ansprechen und wir müssen es versuchen zu ändern und das genau versuche ich zu tun. Das gelingt mir.
I mean, the Green parties are like fucking retarded, so I would assume old white dudes like this are just gonna get pushed out by like some 22-year-old blue-haired idiot. U.S. and Israel bomb 600 schools in Iran. Well, that'll learn them. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
India's population should be larger than China's. Mathematically, it's impossible that China's population is still greater than India. So intuitively,
Guys, we can't go to war with Hitler. We need to respect Germany's sovereignty, and what about Congress? You woo.
Insane. Just fucking insane. And this cat seems like he's gonna be a bother again. No, no, no. Don't stand on my monitor. What in the fuck are you even doing? Get down. Get down. Can you stop? No, just get down. Get down. Son of a bitch. Well, thanks for the donation, Yash. Dodo donated $3.
Speaking of children, people eat like retarded children and don't know how to shop.
Let me see.
Trying to capitalize on those shifts. They're marketing to those GLP-1 consumers directly on.
Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh my god. What's funny is I've seen fitness influencers doing this thing where they promote their diet by claiming it boosts GLP-1 in your body. no food increases GLP-1. So the whole reason these GLP-1 drugs work as effectively as they do, it's because they've been engineered to have a longer half-life in your body. So when your own body makes GLP-1, it's only in circulation for like a few minutes. Whereas when you take a GLP-1 drug, it's in your system for days. But yeah, I saw Paul Saladino playing this stupid game where he said, if you eat steak, that boosts GLP-1 in the body, so no need for GLP-1 drugs. It's like a natural GLP-1. But wow, that is just shameless.
In the box.
For my GLP-1 shoppers, there's brands that are actually highlighting right here, GLP-1 friendly.
Says it right on the package.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a pizza
This is just so outrageously fucking stupid.
and a pizza, this particular one.
I haven't seen this in Canada yet. I don't know if this is coming here, but I know Americans are just out of this world fucking stupid. I could imagine Americans falling for this. Like, probably Canadians would fall for it too, because there's enough fucking idiots here, but... Like, have you ever noticed, like, eating a particular type of pizza, like, made you lose weight? Like, who the fuck would believe this? You just have to be such an idiot. Remember, guys, Iran is winning. Serious disagreements have emerged between Iran's president, Pezeshkian, and IRGC chief Ahmed Vahidi over how to manage the war and its damaging impact on people's livelihoods and the economy. Sources with knowledge of the matter told Iran International. Well, this is part of why you're hearing completely conflicting things where, oh, the war is going great for us. Oh, Iran has like no military anymore and they have no more like missile launch sites. And, oh, they're communicating with the US. Oh, they're not. Like, there's clearly a fight for leadership, and the US is having negotiations with different people. Communists marching with Democrats at the No Kings protest in New York City on Saturday. Yeah. I told everybody the communist infiltration into the Democratic Party is real, and yeah, you're seeing it. That's some fucked shit, dude. Oh. Cat butt. Wow. I fucking love cats. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Look at the brain-dead CCP propaganda Destiny is playing on his stream for all his viewers to absorb. He's literally doing the work for CCP. Is he a useful idiot or getting paid to do this? Look right now,
It was run for
VG.
U.S. Senate, championing a progressive platform with a spotlight on Medicare for all, and is also at the center of a major AstroTurf controvery around affiliating with Hassan Piker. So, with all of that being said, Vash and Soifel, I'll let you guys take it away with this conversation. And one more time, I will plug progress.win/rally. I know we've raised already $22,000 plus for the candidates on this stream. So, thank you to everybody out there who has donated. If you can give,
I don't know if he's promoting this. Isn't the whole point to criticize some of this horse shit? How, like, I don't know how the fuck people watch his fucking streams. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Mind reacting to this, retards? Dave Smith back at it again with Rogan.
Pro-Iran war narratives. Yeah, that's gonna be retarded. We can react to that. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
Hey bro, now that it's warming up outside, you need to start vlogging and making some actual videos. Your streams are boring most the time and you're losing viewers and monthly memberships. If you want to keep up any sort of long-term relevance, make videos.
Okay, I'll do that. Thanks for the donation, Fag.
And you know, the thing is that they called that Hillary's war. She was the Secretary of State at the time under Barack Obama, but she's really the one who championed that. And I believe Obama wrote in his book that he was 50-50 and that Hillary really pushed him to that. And he said his big regret was that he didn't think about what came next after Gaddafi, because somehow we haven't learned that lesson yet. Like after Iraq, you'd never thought of that.
Listen, but thank God Trump's figured it out.
Oh yeah, Trump's figured it out. We'll go in this drastic new direction of getting the 7th war that they wanted.
Don't be a pussy, Dave. Jesus Christ. Did you see that one, I don't know what military expert was on television who said something about I'm a fan of boots on the ground, like Rome. Like, hey fucker, Rome didn't have nuclear weapons and drones. Rome didn't have drones that hunt you.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about, boots on the ground? Should we fight with swords? Should we get everybody to fight with swords? Is that what you're saying? The fuck are you saying?
Well, also...
Last Wednesday, my daughter and her 7-year-old classmates were compelled by their teacher to perform a ritualistic worship to the Islamic deity Allah. She told them, let's all have a go now. We all need to do the performing of a prayer. We need to pray to Allah, and we need to take our shoes off.
By the way, I can guarantee you if they would force the Muslim kids at these schools to, like, pray to Jesus or something, the Muslim parents would fucking flip. You'd probably see literal terrorist attacks against these schools where, like, somebody's gonna fucking bring their kid with a suicide vest to school, shouting Allahu Akbar, like, and then just blow up the fucking school. So, like, this is deliberate fucking commie retard brainwashing. Like, UK is some dystopian fucking hellhole nightmare. They're even making school programs to teach boys to be beta male fucking cucks. And, you know, like, believe all women, and how to talk to girls respectfully. So, yeah, the UK is just an absolute Orwellian fucking nightmare. Perspective on Nebula. It's like an anus. And
a trip to Kochi is not complete without trying its famous drink, Kuluki Sabat. So I visited the city's Marine Drive to see how it's made. First, the flavor of choice, like pineapple or raw mango, is juiced and mixed with fresh chili, sugar syrup, soaked basil seeds, lime juice, salt, and loads of ice. Then it's time for the signature move to mix it all together before tasting one of the most refreshing drinks you'll ever try. A trip to Kochi is not complete. A trip to Kochi.
Assez calme et diversifié en fait.
Is this Marseille neighborhood peaceful? Yes, very peaceful and diverse, but we live in peace. Instantly, a migrant appears and threatens to hit a Frenchman for smoking during Ramadan, saying it's haram and
Il n'y a
provocative.
pas que des Arabes ou des Noirs comme on pourrait le faire croire en fait.
C'est quoi l'arabe, Coco?
Non mais monsieur, c'est pas grave.
Non, je parle pas de vous, je parle de...
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a, monsieur?
Ouais, parce que le mec, tu rentres dans un quartier, les gens ils font le ramadan, toi tu fais le beau gosse. Allez, allez, bouge.
Laissez-le.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe, monsieur?
Monsieur, laissez-le.
Yes, cultural enrichment is going so well.
Il a rien fait de mal, laissez-le.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe là?
Non, c'est rien. Je pense qu'en fait c'est un manque de respect.
This is the European world right now. Literally, they're like, I don't know what their interest is, but they're trying to gaslight their own people into thinking like this cultural enrichment shit makes any sense and even remotely works. How Europe is replacing China and the US. Okay, we'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like, what? what even is the plan with boots on the ground? Like, what are you talking about here? You're
I know what the
gonna
plan
take an
is.
island. It goes, okay, well then you're gonna be a target. You're gonna be target practice as long as the Iranian regime is still standing.
The Iranian regime is not standing. They basically have no more missile launch sites anymore. Pretty sure at this point they only have a few mobile missile launchers, and as soon as they're launched, they're taken out. So I remember, like, this has to be over a week ago, the US was already reporting 85% of their missile launchers are annihilated. So the only thing they're able to do right now is launch a few drones. So he's just making up stupid horse. Like, this guy is a fucking idiot comedian. Why does anybody listen to him for his political takes?
And if you're talking about militarily occupying the country, like we did with Iraq or Afghanistan or something like that, this is a huge country with 92 million people. How many soldiers do you think you need to occupy that country? Yeah. And
how many troops were deployed in Iraq? The number of U.S. troops occupying Iraq varied significantly over the course of the conflict, peaking during the surge in 2007, fluctuating later during later advisory missions. Initial invasion, around 145,000, 192,000 plus U.S. personnel were involved in the initial phase. Well, they wouldn't have been in Iraq. That's just people involved in the invasion. At the height of the troop surge of 2007, there were approximately 170,000. By August 2010, number fell below 50,000. How many Marines were getting sent in? Wasn't it something like 3,000 or something? U.S. Marines, Iran. Yeah, 2,500 Marines. So this is some like smaller operation.
At least 500,000, and probably you can't do it with that. So what are you talking about here? And so you're saying, what are we going to start a draft for the least popular war going in American?
The least popular war in American history has to be Vietnam. I don't know where you got the idea that this is the least popular war
in history, because I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, this is maybe slightly more popular than Vietnam.
Going
more than slightly, buddy. Cam donate $2. Tiger doing tiger things. Did you see this, lol? And also, did you get a new girlfriend? I did. Yeah, I saw this.
Tiger Woods has been arrested after being involved in a car crash near his Florida home. It is his third crash in 20 years. Tiger was not injured and was alone in the car. The driver of the truck that was involved in the incident was also not injured. Officials say he has been arrested for driving under the influence with property damage and refusal to submit to a lawful test. Some breaking news: golf legend Tiger Woods has been arrested after being involved.
That guy needs an intervention.
The evolution.
I genuinely cannot understand how rich people do shit like this. Like, if you want to get sauced in the afternoon, just hire a fucking driver. The guy's got to be like close to a billionaire.
It's less. I'm sure Vietnam by the end was very, very unpopular.
Well, Vietnam going in didn't make any sense.
By the end,
there was, I guess, the Gulf.
But Vietnam was never a popular war.
Tonkin incident. But most people in America were like, why are we doing this? What's going on? You're drafting people to go to Vietnam? We're fighting communism in Vietnam?
Yeah.
What?
Well, they called it Vietnam syndrome that the American people had, which is that we didn't want to fight a war again after that. That's from their perspective, that's a syndrome. It's really something. They think, by the way, Ben Shapiro used this same line he said, Trump finally broke Iraq war syndrome. Because they think,
my God.
see, from Ben Shapiro.
Cam, donate $2. Could you not whack things on my desk, please? Well, don't forget to do this from time to time. Is this dish soap? Men are now rage baiting women after years of PlayStation cleaning videos.
Here's a reminder to clean your wife's makeup palette. You for it later.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Cam. Gummy, you know you're a son of a bitch.
Piero's perspective, the illness is after you lie the American people into a war and slaughter 1 million people. The illness isn't that. That you might look at that as the bad part, but the bad part is that these annoying Americans have this tendency to not want to.
Okay, get off. He always shuts my computer off.
You certainly would have supported the Vietnam War if you were around at the time, lol. The North Vietnamese were communist supported by the USSR. And all the college campus pussies were against the war. You certainly would have been in favor of the war.
There's a good chance, yeah. So yeah, thanks for the donation, S.
Do that again after that. But he claims Trump has broken Iraq War syndrome. Of course, there's really no evidence with support of the American people that that has changed at all. And, you know, the George H.W. Bush was said to have defeated Vietnam War syndrome in Panama and in Iraq because they were relatively easy,
right? You
know, bloodless on the American side, or very, very limited, you know, injuries and deaths. And they, you know, they weren't like quagmires that went on forever or whatever. But of course, after the Persian Gulf War in 92, we went on to be bombing Iraq for ever since, essentially. You know, I mean,
What
for
do you
30
think
straight
of this? Is it a good deal? I think it comes with 2 batteries. It's mine now. I disagree. Vietnam was one of the most unnecessary wars, along with the First World War.
$160. It's hard to go wrong. I'm assuming this is probably like a 250 watt motor. If the motor still works, it would be easy to get a replacement battery too, and you could get one for fairly cheap. So, yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good deal. $166. Why the fuck not, you know? Thanks for the donation though, Bikeman. I never said the Vietnam War was necessary or beneficial. I just said, if I was an American at the time, I probably would have supported the Vietnam War. Just knowing what, like, considering what I would have been, like, what information I would have had access to at that time. Wouldn't have, like, the internet or the benefit of hindsight or anything. What in the mother of a fuck, dude? Son of a bitch. There we go. I'm just gonna go put some of my food away so Gummy stops being annoying and get some nicotine gum, and I'll be right back. Son of a bitch. Oh. You know, it's kind of bullshit. I didn't fucking win the lottery. But nobody won. So, the draw's at 65 million now. So, I think in a few days, I'm going to be $65 million richer.
Good debate, VG. I think you kinda destroyed Destiny when you brought up Kim Jong-un lol. I'm kinda confused about your take on Greenland though. Do you think that Trump did the right thing by imposing tariffs on Denmark? Or was your position more nuanced?
He has imposed tariffs on literally every country. What it seems to be is just corporate corruption. So, he tariffed practically every country on Earth, and then what ended up happening was he created tariff exemptions for some of his biggest political donors. So, it seems to be just related to corruption. Which obviously I don't support. But the whole invading Greenland thing, like, it had nothing, like, none of the tariffs had anything to do with that, and he's not going to invade Greenland. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Dave Smith is a fool who loves to hear himself talk. Watch any clip of this debate with Coleman Hughes on his reel.
There is no...
After Lotto, can I get 20k for my crypto losses? Of course, Gig. You've been my good friend and loyal mod for years now. I'll run through that a little later. Thanks for the donation, Ronald.
Yeah, you would have been in favor of the Vietnam War at the time despite you recognizing right now that you would have been wrong and that would have been the dumb decision. Well, people like Destiny see the same thing is true in the case of the Iran War.
Yeah, that's because they're stupid and gay. Thanks for the donation, S.
Isn't it ridiculous how Dave Smith talks like he's some fucking scholar intellectual when in reality he's just some stupid faggot? He annoys me with how arrogant he is, and he got rolled by Douglas Murray.
He's a fucking TikTok scholar. He just repeats nonsense that he heard on TikTok. It's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz.
Lol, you and Pat are watching Beastars. How do you like it? You guys should also watch Invincible and Jujutsu Kaisen.
Jujutsu Kaisen is way too fucking boring. I'm gonna eventually get through the first season, but I don't want to watch that boring-ass show with her. I've already seen Beastars. I really like it. Pat likes it too. It would be nice watching Invincible with her as well. Thanks for the donation, Jay.
You knew if you wanted a pet that's not as annoying as Gummy, then maybe you should have gotten something that won't jump on the keyboards, like a tortoise instead of a cat.
Pretty sure tortoises are higher maintenance than cats. I'm also not sure if where I live would be great for a tortoise. I do like tortoises, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Years after that,
well,
we were still at war with that
They
country.
think for 1 million people being dead.
Yeah.
What is public support? Let's put that into our sponsor Perplexity. What is current public support for the Iran war in America? First of all,
The general, it's like ambivalence. They just don't care.
how will they know? No one's asked me. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fair
That's
point.
what I would say about polls. When was the last
Yeah.
time you answered a poll? When was the last time anybody called you up and said, Dave, man, first of all, when was the last time you ever picked up the phone if you didn't know who was calling? And then when you do answer, when was the last time you said yes to a poll?
I don't even remember ever getting called.
It has to be the dumbest of dumb people that answer those polls. So then you got to realize, out of those stupid fucking idiots, even how many of them think the war's a good idea?
It's even unpopular amongst them.
I mean, what does it say here? Most recent national polls show Americans overall oppose the current war with Iran and think U.S. military action has gone too far. A Quinnipiac poll finds 54%. What is Quinnipiac? Quinnipiac poll finds 54% of U.S. voters oppose U.S. military action against Iran, and 39% support it. I wonder how many of those 39% are Jews. And
well, not too much. We don't have the numbers.
A poll reports about right. What is the number of
Jasmine
Jewish people in America?
2%, something like that.
6 in 10 adults say U.S. military action against Iran has gone too far. Only about a quarter say it's been about right. 25%. Poofa. First of all, whenever you're talking about these kind of things, it's like, who are we talking about? Who was asked? Finds Republicans largely support the military action. Around 86% support. Whoa.
Yeah,
really? Because I talked to a lot of Republicans that think it's a terrible idea. While large majorities of Democrats, around 92%, and independents, about 64%, oppose it. 92%.
I don't know why any of the shit matters. You can look at Donald Trump's approval ratings. Does that mean anything he's doing is good or bad? No, it's just some dumbass's opinion. So why, who fucking cares about this shit? This is like discussing whether or not Taylor Swift's music is good, and then it's like, okay, well, let's look at opinion polls. Oh, 98% of people say Taylor Swift's music is good. Well, I guess that settles it. Stupid. Well, Major League Taylor's, hey man, well, if no luck with the lotto, there's always Kalshi or Polymarket, just saying. Guess that's true.
We'll drop this in China by May 31st.
Okay, I can't stand the fucking, whispering. There's some things on Polymarket that are just so stupidly obvious. Might look into that. Thanks for the donation, though, Will Mage.
Who are the 8% of Democrats that are like, let's fucking go? You think maybe they're Jews?
They work for CNN. Whatever.
CNN thinks it's a good idea? No.
Dude, CNN is running cover for Donald Trump during this time.
Come on. For real?
Oh, yeah.
No way.
Yeah, they put up a poll the other day. They had a graphic that said 100% of MAGA supports the war in Iran. It's like
CNN said that?
So he's making that up?
All these years, 2% don't support the war. So if that's the case, wouldn't that just make it look like these MAGA people are a fucking problem? He says it. Or would it be a problem?
Rating among
It's not him talking, it's someone else talking.
Oh, okay. That seems bonkers. It seems bonkers. Approve 100%. How many people did you ask? 2.
Well,
Two guys.
The MAGA are the people who still say they support Donald Trump. But almost 100% of the people who don't support this war stopped supporting Donald Trump over it.
Right, but look at this little thing on the bottom they don't show you. 66%, 31% split among non-MAGA.
Right.
But is that non-MAGA Republicans? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Idea of right versus left as it is, and now you've got a MAGA section of...
He didn't even bother to sell us on a propaganda campaign about it. It was the laziest, just lie us into it.
Let's put on a fucking firm tinfoil hat right now. Let's get a double layer Reynolds wrap fucking... Would he want to do this? Why would he want to... Look, I am not denying that the regime of Iran is a giant problem. I'm certainly not denying that if I was Israel, I would not want them there. They hate you. They're trying to get a nuclear weapon. They're right there. I get the Israel position. I totally understand how they're so just...
How many Americans has Iran killed? Isn't it 300 and something? Based on reports as of late March 2026, 13 U.S. service members have been killed in the conflict with Iran, over 300 injured. Oh, okay. So it's 13 casualties, 300 injured. I don't know if that's... I don't know if that's just been since, March.
Vehemently in defense of their homeland. Like, they're surrounded by people that hate them. They're the one Jewish country. Everyone else is a Muslim. They all want a caliphate. They all want to kill them. It's been going on forever. They think it's in God's word that they have it. It's a lot of craziness.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. Why now? Like, why now? Like, what does that make any sense?
Well, Trump himself has...
This is just retarded horseshit. Iran's the world's biggest sponsor of terrorism. It affects every fucking country. They also support Houthi rebels in Yemen, and they have periodically created problems for shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. They're doing that right now, obviously, too. So it's a huge geopolitical issue. They attack our allies. They attack us. They are a huge threat to worldwide shipping and commerce. And they also supply China with oil. And if the U.S. were to go to war with China again, the way they can interfere with shipping and trade and all that, it would be a huge issue if you were to go to war with China. So it just makes sense geopolitically from every perspective. You're getting rid of a regime that supports worldwide terrorism. You're getting rid of a regime that attacks your allies. You're making global trade more stable. And you're making it more easy to go after China if they invade Taiwan, because any military action that you're going to have against China, you're not going to get interference from Iran, and they're also not going to be able to get Iranian oil, which, again, you need oil to run the military. So if China has an energy deficit, that makes it much harder to invade Taiwan. Like these people don't care. If they cared, they would do research into this and try to understand why Trump or America has an interest with, creating a regime change in Iran. But they don't care. They're just guzzling down communist brain rot fucking propaganda.
Any update on Frankie's sourdough? What does he call the brand again? Something sourdough. I forgot what it's called. Remind me. Also, will you be filming any OnlyFans videos with Pat? I wouldn't mind seeing. Not that interested in her though. Cool face emoji, steamer locomotive emoji, smiley face emoji.
I think he calls it pure sourdough, and it looks like his business is gonna go bye-bye. But thanks for the donation, James.
Disagree. VG, actually reptiles are much lower maintenance than mammals like cats. They can even go years without food or water. Here's proof.
This is why you need to double check your attic. Because sometimes, lost pets aren't really lost at all. Ready for a wild story? Back in 1980s, Brazil, the Almeida family's tortoise, Manuela, vanished. They assumed she escaped during renovations, gone forever. Fast forward 30 years. Clearing out a dusty storage room, they open an old speaker cabinet, and there's Manuela, alive, totally chill, after decades munching termites and sipping moisture. Real life.
That sounds horrible for the tortoise. I'd feel really bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
With stories like that, it's really no wonder how reptiles were able to just surge off the Mesozoic mass extinction when that meteor hit.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This is insane, dude. This is so bad. I had the dehumidifiers on here for about a week, and all this water was still in my ceiling. This is how soaked. The insulation is completely soaking wet. That's what we took off so far. It doesn't look like the drywall is extensively molded or rotted. It looks like it's so wet, it didn't even have the, it wasn't even dry enough for it to mold a little bit. Just completely soaked. So I'm gonna try my best to, I guess, cut the ceiling out and get all the water out of the ceiling so that the dehumidifiers are actually doing something. But this is crazy. If I knew this, I would have, I mean, if I cut the ceiling out weeks ago, I would have just had way more water pouring in, right? But this is terrible. That's what happens when your insurance company doesn't cover you. That is insane, dude. Look how wet that is. It's like water pouring. It's like it's still raining outside. This insulation is so soaked, it's like a steady stream of water. I don't understand how that's so wet. It's like a steady stream. Is there like a puddle of water somewhere? Oh my God. It's like pouring out. I gotta cut all this and see how bad it is. Jesus. Beautiful. Just beautiful. How much freaking, what are there, gallons of water in this insulation in this ceiling? This is fucking crazy. This is insane. That drywall and this insulation, you know, it was done really tight in the ceiling, so I guess it was just holding all that moisture up there and it wasn't letting it through the ceiling. So the only time that the ceiling actually started dripping and leaking is when there was just like, I don't know, I guess even more water up there. This doesn't make any sense. How is there still that much water up there? I should have cut some, I mean, even if I just had cut some relief holes a few weeks ago, that would have helped tremendously. Oh my God, I mean, I don't do a lot of construction, but how many of you guys have seen something like that? That's about 20 seconds of water pouring down after I cut open just that small part of the ceiling. So that is just crazy. That is just crazy. I don't understand where all that water's pooling. You know, if I cut open this much of the ceiling already and it's still pouring out like that, when's it gonna stop? You know, is that it? Or, you know, and imagine half the house is like this. Imagine, you know, these watermarks are all along the ceiling of the house.
Well, that's Frank being a retard.
Does Frankie's sourdough starter come from his moldy flooded attic? Or maybe the floor of his bathroom? His audience are idiots and deserve to get ill from Frankie's hand-cranked pure sourdough. Steamer locomotive emoji, steamer locomotive emoji, smiley face emoji.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, you'd have to be an idiot to buy food from somebody like that. Thanks for the donation, James.
What is your perspective on your mom sucking my dick? Please watch.
Let me see. Wow. Gummy does that when he looks at birds. He does the cacacash. Yeah, cats do that.
What was it? What was it?
Yeah, Gummy does this.
Was it a bird? Was it a bird? I saw it too, buddy.
You dumb guy.
That was crazy. Yeah. Think there'll be another one?
Yeah, cats do that.
Gary is really weird about fans. We're about to turn it on and watch what he does.
What is it?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's a cat. Don't bring him too close to the fan. Thanks for the donation, Fig.
Said, which literally this would be like considered an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory if anyone else had said it, but Donald Trump has openly talked about many times how the Adelsons give him all this money and they come by every day and all they have is another demand on behalf of Israel. Donald Trump also very early in his political career got in trouble with the Israel lobby, and then immediately pivoted to to winning their favor back over by saying he would tear up the JCPOA, the Iran deal that Obama got us into. And it looks to me, other speculation aside, who knows exactly what control they have over the guy, but it looks to me that after Venezuela, and when there were these big street protests and riots against the regime and around there, that they convinced Trump, and this is what Joe Kent, his director of counterterrorism, has said too, that they essentially convinced him that this would be the time you could do it swiftly, surgically.
Yeah, obviously. So, as far as I understand, none of the IRGC officials are getting paid. The big bank that's used to pay out the IRGC members that got blown up, and the U.S. cyber attacked the bank as well. So none of these people are getting paid. There's crazy riots and protests on the streets demanding regime change. Nobody wants the IRGC in power anymore. Most of their head leadership are killed. So, yeah, like, does he have an argument against this idea?
Remove the regime and the people would rise up and overthrow it. And this is what Donald Trump said when he launched this war. He said, this is a regime change, and I'm calling on the great people of Iran to rise up. And they did. They rose up by at least the hundreds of thousands. They were out in Tehran in defense of the regime, chanting death to America. Because it turns out when you kill 165 little girls, that doesn't make...
None of these... So, look, when all that horse shit happened in Gaza, we were just inundated with clip after clip, photo after photo of kids under rubble, their arms and legs blown off, just like left and right. You couldn't go on the internet without seeing, kids blown up and killed. Where are all the videos, photos, or whatever of kids that are killed in Iran? You'd think, since this is what Iran does, this is what these Muslims do, if this was like a big PR win for them, they would show photos or video evidence or something, but you don't see anything. So, is it possible a school was blown up? It's possible. Do I believe, 100 or so children at the school were killed? No. If that happened, you'd see, photo and video evidence of it, where you see, kids buried under rubble or something, but no, you don't see that. All you hear is Iran making fucking claims, and that's it.
Make a country go, we love you. Thank you for that.
But before the bombing, there were people in the streets that were protesting, and people were killed because of that. A lot. That's the other thing, is that regime is they clamp down, and they do it with public figures. They killed a very prominent wrestler from Iran. Really, two of them. They killed one a few years back. The UFC tried to step in and somehow or other stop it, but he was also one that was accused of protesting against the government.
Listen, I don't know about this most recent one. I'm not saying this is true at all. I don't trust any governments, but they claimed he killed a few cops. That's what the Iranian regime said he was being hung for. Now, I don't know.
The wrestler?
Yeah, the wrestler.
I didn't see that.
He was convicted of that, whatever that means in a mullah-run court, Yeah. So I'm not saying that's right at all, but I will say this, right? The Donald Trump, when he launched this war, and there's been a whole lot of just false claims that have been made, but he said specifically that they killed 32,000 protesters. There has not been a shred of evidence presented to back up this claim. Now, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not putting it past this government that they would do that. And they've acknowledged that a lot of people have died. I think the last I had seen was that I know they were saying, the government of Iran, this is before the Ayatollah was killed, they were saying it was something like 3,000 people had died. And then the CIA
But when you say died, does it mean they killed the protesters?
That's unclear. That's not what they are claiming. But then the CIA, at least there was a piece in the in the Wall Street Journal where they had said, and this was like a week and a half into it, that they estimated like 6,500 or something like that. But this is a huge question, right? It's not clear at all. Like, were they lining people up and just executing them for the crime of protesting? They hung the wrestler. But I'm saying the people who have been killed here.
Iran.
Dude, is he literally like saying, oh, Iran wouldn't murder political dissidents? Like, is this the game that they're playing
Protest
now?
death toll could top 30,000, according to local health officials. And this is from Time magazine. As many as 30,000 people could have been killed in the streets of Iran on January 8th and 9th alone. Two senior officials of the country's Ministry of Health told Time, indicating a dramatic surge in the death toll. So many people were slaughtered by Iranian security services that Thursday and Friday it overwhelmed the state's capacity to dispose of the dead. Stocks of body bags were exhausted, the official said, and 18-wheel semi-trailers replaced ambulances.
Now, listen, all I'm saying here, man, is that you got to be I've just seen this movie play out.
This is coming from Iranian health officials, by the way.
A lot of times. You gotta be really careful about these accusations that are made in the run-up to a...
Oh, you gotta be really careful. The guy who literally just said America and Israel killed 165 school children with zero evidence. You gotta be really careful with accusations like this. Dude, fuck this piece of shit. Who the fuck listens to this pencil neck fucktard?
War. They're basically saying, we have a source who told us this.
What year was this? I mean, excuse me.
It's Iranian health officials.
What date was this? January 25th.
So the protest started in late December and then in January.
Dude.
This is
Time was unable to independently verify these figures.
That's right. Listen, the claim...
No shit, the internet's off in Iran. They can't really talk to anybody.
Being made here, right, is that, look, in this, they said in 2 days, 30,000 people were killed.
Mm-hmm.
If that is true, that is up there with one of the biggest massacres in...
I asked ChatGPT, it said the pro-regime protests in Iran were in the thousands, not hundreds of thousands, whereas anti-regime, total 5 million across the country. Well, it's ChatGPT, dude. It's just nonsense.
Human history. The biggest massacres during World War II were like around that. The numbers.
Says, as of Saturday, U.S.-based...
I don't know how the fuck he figures that. That's not true.
Human rights activist news agency had confirmed 5,459 deaths and is investigating 17,000 more.
Yes.
So that's at least close. So we're in the neighborhood. We're in the 20s. Just if what they're investigating turns out to be accurate.
If that's the case, but we're talking also here, Joe, about like NED funded U.S. based NGO.
Oh right. Okay. We can't trust any numbers, but we know 100% sure 165 school children were murdered. Uh-huh.
Who are really Iran hawks, you know?
Good point.
And
like, this is just fucked-hearted, bro. Absolutely fucked-hearted.
That's like that.
Fuck Dave Smith. I don't know who the hell would ever take him seriously.
It doesn't, it's not a one-to-one correlation. Obviously, all of these economies are complicated, but it does undermine the idea that the military is the difference between Western Europe spending 1.5 of GDP on their military and America spending 4% of GDP on our military is showing up at the grocery store in any way that a person could actually detect.
No, again, that's just not right. I mean, it's not the case that like if you're getting drunk and getting behind the wheel of your car and you go, oh, but my neighbor's shooting up heroin and getting behind the wheel of his car, and it seems like we have the same outcome.
Why do we have the same long-run inflation rates as all
Because
these European countries that don't have empires?
Typically speaking, they've embraced more generous welfare states than we have. They have big government of a different variety, and that also requires money printing. And we also kind of act, at least to some degree, in uniform. I mean, the central banks of Europe and the United States of America do.
Oh shit. Is this the whole like retarded fiat money bullshit? Like, oh my god. Yeah, I'm this is nauseating to me. Whenever you hear anybody talking about this, they have no fucking clue what they're saying. The current monetary system we have is making us wealthier and have better standard of living. So if you want to be more broke and poor, then I don't know what to tell you.
Coordinate quite a bit together. But yes, you're right. It is absolutely the case that America has embraced more of the militaristic big government, whereas the European countries have embraced more
and even in the case of America, our spending is 1 part military, 3, 4, 5 part welfare states. So
100%.
So it's okay,
yeah, they're all huge. They're all huge drivers of this. But like, look, and I'm as against the welfare.
Like, it's the richest country on the fucking planet. They can afford to spend more on the military. Like, what's the issue?
State as anybody you've ever talked to, Coleman. Like, I can assure you that. But there is a difference between paying for grandma's hip surgery.
Like, we could reduce military spending to 0 tomorrow, and we would still every year be increasing the debt to GDP ratio in this country. So to me, the idea of focusing on it is like a firefly to the sun if we're talking about issues like in inflation and the debt.
No, I mean, look, it's not a firefly to the sun. I mean, yes.
I'm exactly.
Poly market shows people believe there's a 43% chance Canada will go into a recession before 2027. Yeah, there's a good chance of that. Technically, Canada's been in a recession for years. We haven't had real GDP growth. The only reason, what's the average GDP growth? It's like something like 1% year over year. The only reason we've had that is just because of the housing market, but it's not real GDP growth. It's just nonsense.
Exaggerating slightly. I'm exaggerating.
No, but not even slightly.
No, it is.
I mean, it's kind of like a third of the sun to the sun. So yes, there are other sections that the entitlement programs are slightly bigger, but that's it. After that, it's I guess interest on the debt now might be overtaking it, but then it's the military. I mean, we've spent something like $20 trillion since the collapse of the Soviet Union. And that's a huge driver of the 37 trillion. But you are absolutely right that with the
it sounds huge when you don't include the biggest GDP in the world in the denominator.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a lot of money for the government to be spending, which is currently $37 trillion in debt. It's not the GDP isn't spending money on defense, right? It's not. It's the government.
What? He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Spending this, and they do not bring in enough money.
The spending numbers only have meaning in comparison to the denominator.
No, I don't know if
it's true. Okay. So, do you want to move off this?
He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Do you want the last word?
No, go ahead.
Let's move.
He literally does not even know what he's saying. Whatever. I'm kind of done listening to this fucktard.
I know there's something wrong. This comparison is wrong. Mathematically, it's impossible. With the help of AI, I embarked on my journey. I decided to do the math, and since I don't have time to build a model, I asked GPT to help me. I first asked AI to confirm China and India's population in 1990. This is what it gave me. And then I asked the AI to confirm China and India's fertility rate for the past 30 years. And this is China's fertility rate broken down by the decade. I color-coded them so that red is China and green is India. So you see, China's fertility rate was 2.3 in 1990, and it decreased to 1.7, 1.5, and then by 2020, it's 1.3. Now, these are the official numbers. There's an expert on Chinese demographic research. His name is Yifu Xian, and he is a scientist at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And he pointed out that the real fertility rate in China from the year 2000 has been 1.1, and not 1.5 or 1.7. So, but for the time being, just assume, let's use the official data. Let's assume it's 1.7 because I want to use all official number. And the India's fertility rates, as you've seen, also declined, but it's still relatively high. It was 4.0 and it's now 2.2. So if you calculate the average fertility rate, India's average for the past 30 years, its fertility rate is 2.97, almost 3, and China's is 1.7. So then I asked GPT to apply the fertility rates for each country and give me the total population in 2020 for India and China respectively. And this is the results it generates. So 2020 population, India's population was 1.38 billion. China was only 890 million. And I compare them to the official or the announced population, and we've got a problem. So this is the official population, right? And China's official population is 1.4 billion. I did a comparison. So here's the comparison. This is the problem. So we have the official population compared to Lay's calculated population. India, the data is within 4% margin of error. So the discrepancy is 50 million. But in China, it's the other way around. The official number is 520 million higher than my estimated number, and it's 37%. China's real population, according to this calculation, this model, based on the official fertility rate and based on the official population of 1990, should be.
And you also have to take into account COVID deaths. China certainly experienced a very high rate of COVID deaths.
890 million, not the 1.41 billion. So what's going on? I then asked ChatGPT, I say, why is there such a huge discrepancy for China's population? And the AI replied, well, it could be because we used a set of simplified assumptions. The AI said, fertility rates alone don't fully capture population growth. And it says our calculation only accounted for fertility rates and didn't factor in important variables such as mortality rate and life expectancy. Okay.
I don't think China has particularly good life expectancy, especially among men. They're all smokers. Chinese men smoke like fucking chimneys. Obesity rates are also on the rise. And again, one of the reasons they had such a high rate of COVID death, it had to do with smoking prevalence. Smokers were way more likely to die of COVID, and they have a more elderly population as well.
Okay, so my intuition tells me there's no way that 500, China has 500 million more people because everyone lives longer. So I want to quantify the impact on population due to improved life expectancy. So I asked AI, I said, what's the life expectancy change for China in 30 years? Well, the answer I got was it increased from 68 years old to 78 years old. So an increase of 10 years. I asked the same question for India. It increased from 58.6 to 70.2. There's an increase of almost 12 years. I then asked AI, can you quantify the increase in life expectancy in China and India? And how does that increase contribute to population increase over the 30 years? It says 10-year life expectancy increase in China contributed to 42 million increase in population in China and 47 million increase in India. So the increasing life expectancy only accounted for 42 million of the 520 million discrepancy. It's very small. It's not enough to explain the discrepancy, right? India, which experienced a bigger jump in life expectancy, right, because it's almost 12 years as opposed to 10 years, didn't have a bigger discrepancy. So why would, if life expectancy change is the reason to cause increased population, why would that only be a problem for China but not India? From there, I conclude that life expectancy is a very minor variable in the scheme of things in China. So then AI gave me another reason. It says migration. I just asked AI, I said, do you really think 500 million Chinese, which is more than the total population of the United States and also more than the total population of EU, migrated to other countries during the past 30 years? Or the other way around, 500 million people from other parts of the world migrated to China? AI said no, right? It agreed with me that migration is not an issue. It should not contribute to 500 million people discrepancy. Then it gave me a third explanation. It says population momentum. And this is what it exactly said. It said, even with low fertility rates in recent decades, China's large population in the 1990s has a building momentum due to the prior high fertility rates. This means that even though the fertility rate dropped significantly, the population continued to grow for a time as older, larger generations aged, but didn't immediately shrink due to low birth rates. Our model didn't account for this momentum. If that were the case, well, why India, which also has a large population with building momentum, which also experienced decline in fertility rate, didn't have this problem? And then the AI started to repeat itself by saying nonsense. And I told it to stop. I told it to stop defending the Chinese government unnecessarily, and it would make it not credible. And then the AI finally said that I was right, suspecting that the Chinese population data is wrong or is overstated. And it says, thank you for holding me accountable. Moving forward, I will ensure to maintain clarity, transparency, and objectivity. That's what AI told me. I'm still not done yet. I did another exercise. I asked AI to recalculate everything by replacing the official fertility of 1.7 and 1.5 from the year 2000, right? From 2000 to 2010, replace them with Dr. Yi Fuxian's fertility assessment of 1.1. It came up with a shocking total population.
It would surprise me if their fertility rate was 1.7 on average, because the punishment for having a second child was really severe.
Is sugar still filtered through bone char, or is that something they stopped doing decades ago? Since a lot of non-vegans bring it up as an appeal to hypocrisy for veganism.
It is not filtered through bone char anymore. That's really not really done anymore. So, yeah, that's not a thing anymore. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy. So the punishment for having 2 children under their one-child policy was extremely severe. I'd be surprised if... Basically, with a 1.7 fertility figure, like, pretty much every other person was having 2 kids. So, there's no fucking chance. So yeah, it's probably their fertility figures were closer to like 1.1.
Of 695 million. And that's less than half of the announced population of 1.4. By then, I was convinced that the Chinese Communist regime has been faking its demographic data, and China's real population is probably 37 to 50% less. Now, we didn't see a sudden.
Also, if you think what happened to that tortoise was bad, that's nothing. Just take a look at what happened to this box turtle.
Don't really want to see animals getting hurt and abused, dude. Oh wait, wrong video. Oh, poor baby.
Looking good. Take a little more off that one. We're associated with pond turtles.
Turtles are so nice. I don't like seeing little turds get hurt. Oh, look at that little turtle.
Just an unbelievable amount of support. This is not the last you're going to see of this turtle. We are going to continue. Strong. She's even like studying the
what
ground
a beautiful baby.
cocking her head sideways. It's adorable. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring her into an enclosure that's not being used for anybody else, that is suitable for box turtles. We're not going to leave her out here. This is supervised time right now. And we're going to see if we can get her to exhibit some natural behaviors that you would want to see a box turtle exhibit. So she's actually making headway, getting away from me right now. We're going to grab her and we're going to go over to that pen and we're going to offer her an earthworm. Welcome to Rockalina's little temporary outdoor play.
Well, I'm glad that turt's doing better. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Decline in consumer spending until only recently, because the Chinese economy has been investment driven. So now that investments are leaving China, people started to look at consumer spending data. And this issue become more prominent or more pronounced. And also population loss took place over 30 years, and particularly started since 2000. And this reduction in population didn't show up as reduction in consumer spending until this generation reached the age of 18 or even older, when they started to spend money. So now we start to see the impact on consumer spending because there's a time lag. In addition, this number doesn't include the population losses during COVID. I discussed the high casualties linked to COVID before, and started in 2023 and continued into 2024. China suddenly saw a wave of kindergarten closures. So in some cases, private kindergartens have been shrunk by 20% in some regions. So for all these factors combined, I think China's real population may be between 600 million and to 800 million.
Yeah, in all likelihood. Again, that would be a very good explanation for why they're
This video is me thinking out loud, so come enjoy the ride.
That would explain why their housing market has collapsed, because they keep building new properties, new real estate, and then there just isn't the people to occupy it.
With me, China's population may be under 1 billion people. This is one of the busiest streets in Shanghai, Middle Huanhai Road, and on some days it looks like a normal bustling commercial district. But on many other days, a quiet place, peopleless during normal business hours. And obviously this wasn't the case, say in 2018. A detailed thread on Zhihu, which is China's Quora, shows that in the past, before the pandemic, the street shops were lined with people, 365 days. Now, sometimes you're just walking and suddenly get stuck in a human traffic jam. And you don't even need to see what's ahead. You already know that someone's lining up for something. And this is far from the only place in Shanghai seeing a drop in people. Metros, for example. Now, certain lines used to be packed, of course, have actual downtimes and empty train cards.
It's a 500 watts. This site says the max speed is 32 kilometers per hour. Is the retail price cap for something like this? Scroll down for more. Appreciate your opinion.
So the actual motor might be 500 watts. That doesn't mean the bike is outputting 500 watts. That's a different story. It says 48 volt 10 amp. It might actually be producing a full 500. But yeah, motors, the way electric motors work is they're rated for a certain watt output, and their watt output is basically what amount of power they can output indefinitely. So if you get a more powerful battery with more voltage and you hook that up to the motor, it will output more than 500 watts, but it's not what the motor's designed to output. What else did you want me to? And yeah, 500 watts, 32 kilometers an hour might be the around. It might go faster. I don't know. It's Chinese. I have no idea. Usually with these things too, they have settings to deregulate the speed, so you can just make it go faster. Is the retail price cap for something like this? I don't understand that question. I mean, $160 at Goodwill, if it comes with 2 batteries, that seems like a decent deal. You probably want to replace the chain and clean up the sprocket or something, but again, it's $160 for an e-bike, so can't go wrong. Thanks for the donation, dude.
She also recently got a friend.
Rockalina is getting a friend.
Oh my goodness. It's a little friend.
Rockalina is...
Wow, look, she's inspecting the little guy.
Getting a friend. This turtle
Wow.
has spent 50 years in solitary confinement, and for the
Oh,
first
poor
time ever, she's
turtle.
going to get a friend. But
I'm really glad they helped that turtle. That's really sweet.
thing you may not realize is that these two are basically on the same level of socialization. Even though this is a baby, it has never been around any others, and each other, and they look at each other.
Look
Now,
at those little
these are
charts.
all introductions that are going to keep happening. So we really can't...
Oh my goodness, they're so nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sleepy donated $2. Yeah, we've already seen that. I don't know why you linked me the TikTok. We already saw the YouTube one. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy. TikTok sucks. If you can find me a video on YouTube or something, I'd prefer that, because TikTok's horrible. It always makes me do, some CAPTCHA or something.
Hey Richard. If this is the last super chat I ever send you, I just want you to know that you're genuinely one of the funniest people I've came across on YouTube. Very few people can make me laugh. Your cash outs are beyond hilarious.
Well, I'm glad I could entertain you. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan.
In 2025, a Chinese vlogger visited the Bund and...
Human supremacy can suck my ass when I tell her her girlfriend seems pretty freaking dope. Why is she wasting her time with your gay retarded steroid using ass? JK, seriously though, don't mess it up with her. Yeah, I won't. Thanks for the donation, dude.
he says that it is packed with people. This is during the Chinese
We are
New
very
Year,
much in love.
but not
We
as
get
many as
along
before.
very well.
然后人的话有，但没有想象到的那么多。但我估计啊，个人估计晚上人应该不少。
The malls are decorated, lanterns are up, spring festival vibes are ready to go, and the people just aren't there, or at least there's no more enthusiasm. The food shops that used to have lines out the door, there's less people now. You walk straight in, there's no queue, no pushing, no waiting. The question is, where did everyone go? Sure, if you're still taking, say, the 11th metro line in Shanghai, the busy office workers, they're still packing the train, of course, during rush hours. Or if you visit the Huanhai Road on a Saturday evening or maybe afternoon, and you might still get the foreign tourist or the local crowd. During festival seasons, of course, there are still people around everywhere, because it's China. And even in metro stations, it still looks like there's plenty of people. But something feels like it's not the same as before. Something feels off. Sure, there's still people.
Good chance a big amount of the COVID deaths are responsible for that.
People, lots of them in China, everywhere, but just not as many as before. Okay, now maybe everyone just went back to their homes for the holiday. Maybe during the Chinese New Year season that hometown is the destination to celebrate. That seems alright, normal, right? Migrant workers going back to the countryside, smaller towns filling up, and bigger cities get quieter. But here's the problem. By this time of the year in China, from those videos during the Chinese New Year, by that time, they should all be back. The factories will be running, offices will be open, schools are in session. And yet on the ground, you see people keep filming clips that basically look like it's not the right time. You have thinner crowds, quieter streets, half-empty metros.
Sleepy, donate $2. Can anyone confirm whether Frank actually donated $30K to the blind community? Yeah, like, he never donated to a charity or anything, and he just said he gave it to people directly, so it's just probably bullshit. Claims to have donated $30K to the blind following his eye surgery. Pretty irresponsible move for someone with endless business problems, financial difficulties to do after having major eye surgery. Said in his last video that he could have used those funds on the roof. Frank could have donated $500 to an actual organization, made a big difference if he felt compelled to do so. But instead he supposedly gave it away to his followers. He's always shooting himself in the foot. Remember when he made that GoFundMe for $400K for victims of medical malpractice? Then later we learn he racked up over $350K of debt and is being sued by Amex because he refuses to make the minimum payments. If anyone actually believes that Frank donated $30K of his own money to charity, then Dr. Taban's my uncle. Yeah, he never... Well, he admitted he never donated $30K to charity. He said he just gave away $30K to blind people directly. It makes no sense. I can't imagine what minimum payments on $350K worth of credit card debt would be. That would just be insane.
Guinea pigs fighting over lettuce.
Let me see. My goodness, they're so person. They look just like people. My God. Oh. Oh my God. Says that's my lettuce. Fighting over lettuce. They're just like people. Thanks for the donation, Pooh.
And here's another part where you feel it, the rental market. A shop owner in Shanghai says back in the days, his location was insanely competitive. One little unit, 10 people will be fighting for it. But by early 2025, not only are many shop fronts sitting empty, even with rent cut in half, nobody seems to want them. Here in this video, a restaurant owner in Shanghai had to close one of her food place after nearly 10 years. Why? Well, one of the factors is that in certain months, 70% of the office buildings will be empty. Now, this isn't just Shanghai. Landlords in Beijing,
Whoa,
Guangzhou,
Shanghai.
Wuhan, Hangzhou, Shenzhen, and Nanning, these are all major cities in China. They're all telling similar stories.
That's crazy. These are the, like, rich cities that the CCP makes sure is good for, like, tourists and stuff. Weird. They have to be down bad. Sleepy, you don't need $2. Let me see.
The word incel has been largely...
Might watch that later, or maybe next stream, we'll see. I saw a little bit of this, and it just seemed kind of stupid. But maybe we'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
年都係好冷清啊！想當年疫情之前，世貿天街都幾旺下嘅。咁落去成個商場都可以執埋啊！
Looking at smaller towns, streets are empty, businesses are closed. Back in the 1990s, when China officially had only 1 billion people, everywhere was packed. And you were afraid to go outside because anytime you go, you were dealing with bumping into people. Now, we're told that right now there's 1.4 billion people. So why does it feel emptier? Where did the 400 million people go? Officially, the 2023 population statistics say that China's total population is about 1.41 billion people. Now, people in mid-sized or larger cities count for about 560 million. People in smaller towns and rural areas count for about 850 million. Now, I just want to take a moment to break down this misconception that you might have when it comes to personal perspectives on their surroundings. It sounds hard to believe that if you lived in a large city and you say that, or we claim that you've lost, say, 1 million people, as let's say a city like Shanghai, 25 million people. Losing 1 million people or 1 million people going somewhere else sounds like a lot on paper, but it's actually not going to look like much when it comes to such a great scale of people. Here's a great example using the sort of outside of China example, the perception of population, that is. New York City has around 8 to 9 million people. Since 2020, around 500,000 people have left, moved to other states, excluding those that passed away, of course. New York City before the pandemic often required you to line up for a restaurant for like 2 hours, or maybe it takes a huge amount of time to go from one place to another. Now, many places don't even have lines. And traffic is much worse going across the Holland Tunnel back in the days into Manhattan. Now, we barely get congestions. I'm not saying that there's no congestions at all. I'm only saying that during rush hours, you do get those things, but many times more, it's pretty okay. You don't feel like you're losing 500,000 people in the city. So is that also the case with China? Well, as it turns out, no. Let's first break down the idea that people moved out of the cities. So if the cities in China feel empty, relatively to before, are people all going back to the villages? Well, no. It seems logical on paper until people started going out to film those villages in the countryside. One person goes to a place in Zhejiang called Siming Mountain Village. He introduced it on camera like this.
这里呢，现在也被称之为无人村，因为这里荒无一人。
And there's many of these on Chinese social media. And on camera, you see there's paved streets, there's neat rows of houses, some of them look pretty new. There's a public square, there's a standalone villas. But not many of these villages seems to be inhabited. But this place actually has a unique story because if you go on the Chinese Wikipedia, Baidu, this was once a proper, prosperous place. And this place was even named a model village in the province of Zhejiang. In 2006, the village had 413 households, about 1,100 people. And it was once called a model prosperity village. And this is supposed to be the demonstration of all villages to have this moderate prosperity. So how do you go from a model village to a no people village? Well, there's even an article claiming that this was once some sort of a high-end strategic relocation of the entire village into the town, but it never explained where those people actually went. So where did they go? Mars, parallel universe, multiverse, or simply disappeared? Now, if people are disappearing from cities and villages, where are they going? At the same time, there is one place that seems to get busier, crematoriums. A funeral home worker in a county-level city in Guangdong posted a video in 2024. His county had a population
COVID hit them hard.
Of only 300,000. But he says that the funeral home is packed every day. You need to take a number and get in line to handle your loved one's cremation. Now, outside of China, media reports show similar things. For example, in March 2025, The Guardian questioned satellite imagery showing long lines of vehicles lined up outside of crematoriums and funeral homes after China ended its zero-COVID policy back in late 2022. And furnaces were running around the clock and still couldn't handle the number of bodies. But here's the key question. How many bodies are we actually talking about? In the official 2022 to 2023 statistics from the Chinese Ministry of Civil Affairs, one thing is conveniently missing: the number of cremations. That line just simply vanished year over year. What's actually the reason behind that? Well, some say it's just an economic downturn. People
Dodo, don't need to tell her. Someone called me a Jew, as in I'm being greedy, and they put a gif of Netanyahu just talking like normal, and I'm supposed to take that as an insult. That should tell you everything you need to know about that person. That they are beta, cuck, and bitch made. I would agree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I have a big, very large kitty sitting on my lap. He's so big. I love how chonky this cat is. This is my big Chonko. Oh my goodness, what an amazing Chonko boy. He's my Chonko. Yeah, you're my special little chonk.
Don't go shopping. Perhaps they don't go outside, so the streets look empty. Crematoriums, maybe it's because of the aging population, which is another big issue. It also doesn't answer the question because the life expectancy of Chinese people have gone up. Now, others say that maybe things like e-commerce, everyone's buying online, so brick and mortar shops die or shopping streets look empty. But again, these are all true to some extent, but it doesn't answer the full picture. Now remember, China's rural and smaller town populations are officially around 850 million. So if anything, the outside of cities areas should be more populated. At some point, you've run into this uncomfortable conclusion, which is what I have come to, is that if there is a large-scale population change, something undocumented, the only actor with full data is the Chinese Communist Party. No private company, no independent institution, or even a full national movement can be done to change that. Only the Chinese government can get the data. And so, of course, from data collection to the final publication in China, everything is extremely opaque. Population is the foundation data. It determines economic potential, labor force, military manpower, and market size. It is literally the bedrock of national power. So, of course, you can understand why the CCP would...
So COVID might have been a really good thing for preventing a Taiwanese invasion, if it, like, halved their fucking population.
manufacture numbers or to lie about this kind of stuff. Now, other countries' experts are obsessed with the question, is China's population really 1.4 billion? Well, in my view, not after COVID-19. But David, no country can hide losing hundreds of millions of people. Yes, they can. China can. Forced organ harvesting, it's happening in China. The CCP can cover that up. It's a nationwide hospital operation. Concentration camps in Xinjiang, China can cover that up. An actor died, Yu Menglong, and no one hears about how it actually happened. A series of Chinese lockdowns in Shanghai, Xi'an.
Well, again, to this day, nobody really knows the amount of deaths that happened under Mao Zedong. It's estimated it's anywhere between like 40 and 80 million. So, yep. Good chance, well, there's a good chance they were just lying about their population data to begin with, and, on top of that, COVID definitely hit them hard.
Xinjiang region, Wuhan, a lot of these cities, and many more, for months on end, and really, you don't hear about what happened there. Long before the pandemic, people were already doubting the actual numbers or the Chinese population. For example, back in 2018, Russian media circulated claims that China's true population was only 800 million and not 1.4 billion. And one Russian website, Peekaboo, published a piece called China is Faking Its Population Data. It cited an expert named Viktor Mikhailov who supposedly used grain production and import-export data to estimate China's population at around 800 million. And other Russian outlets supposedly added up officially published urban population figures and came out with only 280 million. So then what they did was using China's own 60% urbanization number, and the reasoning was if 60% is 280 million, then the total population was somewhere around, say, under 500 million. And even if you're generous, it can't exceed 800 million. Now, these stories then bounced into Chinese language media, which is, where, because I can't access the Russian ones. But there was a problem. Most of these studies really never came from a formal research lab or an expert, right? And the
No, haven't tried Martinelli's sparkling apple juice.
methods were never fully explained. We just simply got the headlines. And so they were more treated like rumors with numbers attached. And more recently, a YouTuber named Lay's Real Talk claimed that the actual population in China is somewhere around 500 million, as she used estimates and AI models based on the average total fertility from 1949 to 2020. And this is also factoring things like Mao's responsibility for murdering almost 100 million Chinese people, as well as things like the one-child policy. So it eventually slowed down the TFR, which led to the claims of the around 500 million population number. So that's another one. And then there's also the Japanese salt calculation rumor, right? Some online Forums were circulating claims that a Japanese researcher in 2019 took China's edible salt production, about 6 to 7 million tons according to an industry report, and then assuming a certain per capita daily salt consumption, concluded that China can only have about 800 to 900 million people. Now, is that totally crazy? Well, not as an idea, because using salt to estimate population is quite decent since everybody needs salt. It's a necessity. Everyone literally consumes a baseline amount. You can't consume infinite amount of salt just because you're rich, because you will literally die. And you also don't usually, hoard things like packs of salt like you do with gold or silver. So in theory, salt consumption is a good estimate for approximating the population. But again, real life is messy, right? Some people cook blandly. Some people eat very salty food. Some salt go into food processing. There's also inventory, exports, and everything. There's a lot of industrial stuff mixed into the numbers. So the Japanese salt story, again, never got a proper sort of recognition because they never really showed any proper calculations. It's just a back of the envelope sort of math. Now, at best, there are things that are estimates or hints, but not proof. So the first serious expert-style challenge comes from Yi Fushan, who is a professor, I believe, based in Michigan. He says that the Chinese population, using official data from 1991 to 2000 and from 2001 to 2016, the reconstruction of fertility and mortality rates, and so that China's real population, based on his estimate, was around 1.28 billion, which is more than 100 million lower than the official 1.388 billion at the time. Now, this is, again, important because he's not saying that there's 500 million people or 800 million people. What he's saying is that the numbers are inflated, but on the orders of tens of millions, maybe 100 millions, not half of the country. So it's not as bad. And then in 2022, something big drops, the Shanghai police database hack. The hacker, calling himself China Dan, claims to have breached the Shanghai Public Security Bureau's database and extracted records on about 970 million people. He posts a sample of 750,000 records and offers the rest for sale on the dark web for about 10 Bitcoin. Now, obviously, we can't contact the hacker directly, but people have tried to use their sample, calling the phone numbers of these people to confirm that, yes, these are actual real records. You have real names, real ID numbers, real phone numbers. Now, Yi Fushan and others also noted from this leak that the Shanghai Public Security database is essentially the national registration system. And because inside China, the police data network is all interconnected, so this essentially means that that is the national registry. Now, if the leak really contains the entire population, then the number is not 1.4 billion. It's under a billion. It's 970 million. But here again, we need to take a pause and ask the question, what exactly does 970 million records mean? Is it every living person, or is it every person with a certain type of ID? Are there separate databases for minors? Are all the records unique and up to date? Are people who died still in the system? Are Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan data included or not? None of that, obviously we don't know anything about this, but the leak is real, and it shows us that the interpretation is murky at best. However, it still proves to us that the government has a massive connected database on this. It might not include every single person, but at least includes 970 million people. And before we continue, there's a great initiative I was recently told by a group of Chinese tech experts in the United States. What they're working on is sending direct links for Chinese people in China to access the outside world. How they're doing this? Well, this thing is quite expensive. For every $2,000, they can generate. So thank you so much again, and back to the video. So now we add in a third type of data, raw salt production. Now, according to industry studies from 2015 to 2019, China's raw salt production averaged about 66 million tons per year. And then in 2020, it dropped to 58.5 million tons. In 2021, 57.1. 2022, it fell below 50 million to around 49.86 million tons. That's a drop from before the pandemic to after of roughly 24 to 25%. Why did salt production suddenly fall after COVID hit? Well, in theory, you have two explanations, right? First, capacity fell because factories stopped and lockdowns cut production. Or second, demand fell. You have fewer people, weaker consumptions domestically. If capacity dropped but demand stayed the same in China, well, they should have imported more edible salt, but they didn't. Well, maybe because demand really fell. So some researchers argue if per capita salt consumption was actually rising slowly as people's diet got saltier, then a 25% drop in raw salt output could imply an even larger drop in population. So that's around 25% or more. So if you take the official number of 1.4 billion and you cut 25% of that, that's 350 million people gone.
So big.
Other factors they also say, you could be looking at 400 million fewer people, of course, largely because of the pandemic, but that's again still a rough number. So let's just keep going. Now, we know that raw salt includes industrial salt, exports, inventory, policy decisions, and all those things, right? So it's just, again, another piece of the puzzle that something doesn't add up. Some other numbers. We have Chinese mobile carriers reported a cumulative loss of 21 million registered numbers at the beginning of the pandemic. Now, the official reason is that there were many migrant workers who moved back home, or you have people with multiple cell phone lines, so therefore they canceled that. But that's not really a case so common in China, because this happened at the height of COVID in 2020. Since a mobile number in China is attached to everything, right? WeChat payments, banking, every app that you want to log into, video games, or whatever other apps you use, unregistering a number is really not that common. And then there's also the cremation math. In 2019, UN data says China's natural death rate is about 7.2 per thousand, with a population for about the 1.4 billion mark. So that's around 10 million deaths per year. Cremation rate was about 52.4%, so roughly 5.2 million bodies were cremated annually in China, and 4.8 million were buried. So that works out to be about 430,000 cremations per month. Now, during the late 2022 COVID wave, workers, so this was after they announced that they were shutting down the lockdowns, workers at crematoriums all over China reported workloads of 8 to 10 times higher than that of 2019 levels.
Okay, so this part, I didn't really make it clear, but because in 2020, China didn't reveal how many people were cremated, we can only use the before 2020 data, which is 2019, to estimate the daily cremation rate. So what I did essentially is take the 430,000 per month cremation from 2019, divided that by 30 days to get what the each daily cremation number would be for the entire country, and that is also then divided by the number of crematoriums in 2022, and then that gives me about 8.2 cremations per day. Now, according to a BBC report from individuals in China where they interviewed, who they interviewed said that they saw a daily of about 50 to 100 people being cremated, and that these crematoriums were essentially working around the clock. Now, obviously factoring that there is unlikely to be the same type of busyness in every single crematorium across China, but you can still take that and get an estimate for an increase from anywhere from about 5 to more than 10 times the number that it had happened. By the way, this is only using data from 2019, assuming nothing foul happened in 2022. But again, we all know extreme stuff happened, and so this again is not the most accurate estimate, but it is a number or a ratio that we can at least work with.
So if you assume that cremation rate temporarily dropped from 52% to 45% because of long waits and high costs pushing some families to bury their loved ones instead of cremation, you sustain that volume by 9 times for 3 months, you can estimate something like this. Roughly 11.6 million cremations in those 3 months, plus about 14.2 million burials. So that's like 25 to 26 million deaths in 3 months. Some netizens push that estimates even higher, up to 50 million deaths in one wave. Now, the reason why this is plausible or possible is because after the lockdown suddenly ended, a lot of these people who had been stuck at home didn't ever develop the immunity to the COVID virus, that then they suddenly got it, and that was very bad. And also older people, that's also why you have a lot of these cremation-related issues coming out. And then you obviously have the recurring waves that happen after that. They call it different things like mycoplasma. They call it different things like mycoplasma pneumonia in 2023. There's also was a big pediatric surge in hospitals, younger kids. Then you have like so-called season flus. They were all suspected to be COVID outbreaks after the lockdowns ended, but they never called it that. And then you also see doctors in Guangzhou complaining about how the hospitals alone were seeing around 1,500 to 1,600 pediatric patients a day during their peaks. So when you
That's a lot of kids for COVID.
add everything together,
I wonder how often like childhood smoking is in China, because that might account for the kids with severe COVID infections.
You have the empty streets, the no people villages, the overloaded crematoria, you have the missing cremation statistics, the salt data, the hacked police database, Russian grain calculations, Japanese salt rumor, and a US-based population expert saying that you're missing 100 million people. Plus, multiple waves of respiratory, essentially COVID, it's very easy to feel like that maybe China really did lose 300 to 400 million people. Maybe the real population is closer to 1 billion. Now, let's take a step back and bring in the boring calculation stuff. So, fertility rate, life expectancy, and generational math problems. In 1950, China had about 550 million people. Over the next 30 years, women had on average 5 to 6 children. Life expectancy rose from about 44 to the mid-60s. And even if you subtract 80 million unnatural deaths from famine and political movements, the net effect of that kind of fertility is massive growth. And that's how you get from 550 million to about 980 million by 1980. So from 1980 to 2000, fertility dropped from about 2.7 to around 1.6 because of the one-child policy. Life expectancy continues to rise into the low 70s. Now the population still grows, just slower, right? From 980 million to about 1.26 to 1.3 billion. From 2020 to 2022, fertility stayed below replacement and fell towards somewhere like the 1.3 to 1.0. Life expectancy continues to climb to around 78% in that period, or 78 years in that period. Huge birth cohorts push the population up a little bit, around 1.4 billion, and then it peaks, starts to decline today, right? That generational pattern, the big boom, the slowdown, and plateau and decline, is fitting with the official data from the UN or even Chinese statistics. But if you want to argue that today's real population is about 1.4 billion, you technically don't have the ground for it. Because at minimum, you're losing 100 million people just because you're overestimating your data. And we also can't fully trust the Chinese data. The math works out, right? Just as we explained, at least there's 100 million lower than what is actually being reported. And then plus all of the extra stuff. So if you want to argue today that China's real population is about 1.3 billion, actually you'll be at least, more correct than the official numbers, because at least according to Yifu Shen, that's where things line up. But considering we had 3 years of zero COVID, and considering that we have all of the other evidence suggesting, such as the 2022 leak, that China's population is much lower than what is being reported, then there's no way that today's population in China is 1.4 billion. And the fact that there could possibly be less than 1 billion people in China is very much a real argument. And here's where things get interesting. So let's say if we can calculate exactly based on the number of missing people from that 1.4 billion, I think we will end up somewhere around 1 billion. And that actually lines up with the leaked data from that hacker, but also lines up with somewhere north of those Russian and Japanese estimates. If we go a step further and claim that China only has around 500 million people, well, then you would have to claim that almost all of their recorded growth since 1950 was fake, and that hundreds of millions of real births either never existed or they were simply, wiped out. Have the population vanished? I simply don't think we're there yet in terms of the data that supports this. But there's other ways to look at this. For example, Luis Martinez, a professor at the University of Chicago, published a report stating that China's economy might be 60% smaller than we thought. He used nightlight satellite maps and electricity usage, and it contradicts official statistics due to the fact that the economic growth is correlated with increased electricity consumption, and yet the amount of nightlights from China seen by satellites does not correlate with that number. So if we are to believe China's population is nowhere near its official numbers, then we also can't believe that their GDP is real. And actually, if their GDP isn't real according to this study, it could likely be the reason that their electricity usage is not matching, because obviously they don't have the same number of people, or as we thought. Now, Professor Martinez looked at 184 countries between 1992 to 2008 and compared the growth of lights at night in each country to the growth of GDP of that particular country reported. What he found is that, as expected, when night lights grew, all countries typically also reported a GDP growth. But when making a distinction between autocratic and democratic countries, a clear pattern emerged. Autocratic countries typically reported a whopping 35% higher GDP growth numbers compared to the nightlights growth. And so for China specifically, Martinez states that based on his analysis, China's GDP growth between 1992 and 2008 was likely 4.9% per year rather than its average reported growth of 6.3%. So that tells us that they might not be working with the actual number of people that they're telling us. Again, This is all based on numbers. The actual experience, if you go to China, and you're going to see people everywhere, especially if you go to the tier 1 cities. The major cities, just like you would go with LA or New York or Chicago, there's a lot of people. So the question is, where does this leave us? Well, the simple answer is it's awkward. It's an interesting middle ground. China's 1.4 billion people in 2020 is probably on the high side. And after 2020, before the end of zero COVID, I believe that China has lost anywhere from 300 million to 400 million people. And there's now credible data to suggest that the real figure is more like something around, I would say, lower than a billion. Now that we have credible numbers to back up or circumstantial numbers to back up the claim of below a billion, I think
it's probably below a billion. I don't understand how they could have that kind of population growth with a one-child policy. And then on top of that, the COVID deaths, it's all probably bullshitting so that, it's just geopolitical strategy. It's also weird corruption within the government where you have all these different territories that are trying to lie about how they're contributing to the country. Oh man, this cat is so huge. He is such an enormous cat. I don't understand how he's so big. I think he's still growing a little bit. His head looks bigger. His head and his feet look larger to me. I think he might have even gotten bigger. He's a big son of a bitch, and I love this big son of a bitch. There's my big son of a bitch. This is a good big son of a bitch cat.
When Gummy dies, you should really consider adopting a tortoise. Unlike mammals like cats, reptiles like tortoises are low maintenance because they are cold-blooded. They can live without food or water for over a year.
I don't know, man.
Fee for tortoise was given to this 10-year-old.
Kiwi for Christmas. I'd be a little worried about the tortoise outliving me, and then I have no idea where, the little turt's gonna go. 50 years. Like, I'm already 35, right? So if the animal's gonna live for another 50 years or longer, there's a very high likelihood it's gonna outlive me. So I don't know, man. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
You should try this tofu microwave tip next time you cook tofu. I just tried it and the tofu came out so crispy and delicious.
To make perfect tofu. It's foolproof and my new favorite. No pressing or boiling, I simply cut it in half and then I put it in the microwave for 5 minutes. This makes sure that a lot of the water will evaporate. Let it steam off for a few minutes and then you can fry it. Less is more, so in this video I only use pepper. Fry until golden. The result is very chewy and meat-like. Let me know if you try.
Interesting technique. I might try that. Never heard of microwaving tofu to get rid of some of the moisture. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy. Gummy. You're too big. Gummy's like a big jaguar. I love my little Gum Gum. Ugh. Cleared. That kind of looks cool. Do I have that on my wish list? I really like helicopters. I sort of want to try playing Ninja Gaiden 4, but I just fucking hate that ninja dork dipshit emo faggot they make you play. Ninja Gaiden 4 mods. I don't know if they're gonna make me log in. Yeah, it's making me log in. I fucking hate it when it does that. Fucking stupid. Yeah, there's not really any mods for the game either. As far as I can tell, they don't even have any character swaps. So if you play as Ninja Emo Faggot, you can't use a mod to just play as Ryu. I cannot get over how fucking lame that character design is. Like, that is just the most gay, retarded fucking character's design you could possibly make. Look how fucking small, weak, and pathetic and fucking beta male this guy looks. Like, look at the contrast. You got jacked fucking Ninja Chad and then gay retard emo fag. Why the fuck would you make me play as this character? Like, even if his combos are cool and everything, it's like, it's just, why? It's stupid. And I mean, all the other fucking games, they at least had the sensibility when you played as, like, some of those stupid fucking characters, like the, you know, who was it, Rachel, or the Konoichi, you know, female ninjas. They were hot. Like, they're fun to look at. They had big tits, and they're cute and shit. This, yeah, emo ninja fag. Okay, right. Just stupid. I just cannot get over it. How fucking stupid that is. So fucking dumb. Sean, don't I tell her to check out this band? Think you'll like it. Probably won't. You thought I would like that? That's just terrible. You have a brain disease. You should get checked up, dude. Thanks for the donation, Sean. I think there's some Silent Hill F mods that make the character have, like, panties or something. I might reconsider playing through that game with mods. Silent Hill F. I'm just gonna make sure it's not too, like, fucked up and naughty. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's fairly safe. I think there's, like, one nude mod, but I'm not sure if it's on this. Yeah, there are some sexy outfits. I really like sexy Asian girls. It's fucking awesome that I'm dating a sexy Asian girl. I've always wanted to have sex with an Asian, so it's gonna be great. Ashley mod. Oh hey, they got RE mods. Heh. That's funny. Ashley Graham outfit. It's too bad the game like actually sucks though. This was a bad game. The story seems cool, but this was actually just a bad game. Very bad. Gyaru. They even make her have dark skin. This one was kind of cool, Star's outfit. Yeah, none of the mods really seem worth it to play through this pile of shit. It's just the gameplay was so awful. I don't know how the fuck anybody can... Silent Hill fans are, like, brain broken. They're honestly just some of the stupidest people I've ever fucking come across. Like, even old school Resident Evil, I can understand. Like, especially now that I'm older, I can appreciate, like, you know, the reason you play through the game is kind of, like, for that weird difficulty and stuff. So even the old RE games, like, I get it now. There is... Like, they give you weapons, the level design isn't, like, completely fucked, it's not overly obtuse and everything. Like, you know, even the classic RE games are pretty good. Silent Hill is just another level of, like, fucked retardation. I could not believe how fucking bad Silent Hill 2 was. That was a massive shock to me. Where so many people hyped up that game, and it's like, oh, it's so fucking good, and then I play it, and it's just one of the worst fucking experiences I've ever had in my fucking life. It's like shitting out fucking thumbtacks. But yeah, Silent Hill fans are, like, actually fucking stupid. Will augmented reality glasses have nude mod? They certainly could. It's not like they wouldn't be able to. I don't think any of these companies would do it, though. Because, one, there's already laws in regards to creating, like, AI nudes of people, so that's... It's probably something that would open them to litigation. I'm sure personally, like a lot of people at these companies also would likely have moral issues with it as well. What I do see happening is you're probably going to end up seeing dumbasses doing that, basically. So, you know, Facebook might end up selling some mixed reality glasses. They're not going to come with any kind of feature to turn everybody naked, but I could see hackers and private companies and shit doing that down the road. So it's probably going to be a thing, but it's not something that is going to ship with any of these kind of mixed reality glasses or goggles. Okay. Let's fucking do it. Oh yeah, I made Destiny look like a fucking moron. Anybody who has a position that's against arresting Maduro or the Iran invasion, it's completely untenable. In no way is that a loss for the United States. It only benefits the US geopolitically. And it makes the whole world safer. So, all these dumbass excuses they make, it's all Chinese propaganda, and it's just retarded horseshit. And again, he ended up having the fucking position that he would be against doing that to a country like North Korea, which is fucking insane. And it's on the basis of it would violate North Koreans' sovereignty. Like, what kind of fucking sovereignty do they have when they're under a fascist dictatorship? It's just, like, fucking retarded. Fucking son of a bitch. Damn it! I always get caught at some point. Fuck, dude. Son of a bitch. I think it's kind of weird that some of those yarn balls are the color they are. I don't think you can parry any of them. Ah, fucking great. This bitch. Fucking give me a break! Just absolute bullshit.
Why the fuck do these SJWs defend foreign fascist countries so much, VG?
Because they're fucking dickheads, dude. Just fucking absolute cunts. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh my god, dude. This one is a fucking asshole. And this cat is also taking up a lot of space on my desk. It's making it hard to concentrate. Great. Oh my god, dude. Ah!
Hey VG, was wondering if you could give me some advice on lifting and getting huge like yourself. I'm currently trying to lose weight. When I'm cutting, should I still try and lift very heavy? Is there a certain program you would recommend? Any advice, THX?
Well, if you're dieting, you're gonna have reduced recovery resources, and just because of the food and hormonal environment that's going to be created when you're dieting, you don't really want to focus on strength training. You want to be on a hypertrophy program. So generally speaking, most of your working volume should be with sets of 8 or more. Maybe you could go down to 7, but like I'd say 8 or more would be ideal. Most people are also probably going to want to reduce their total weekly volume to some extent. So rather than doing like 3 sets per exercise, you might want to do 2 sets. Again, it entirely depends on how much weight you need to lose, what degree of like how steep the caloric deficit you're in is, how well you can recover from training, stuff like that. And a lot of people don't want to admit it, but steroids work. So if you're on steroids, some of the rules change. You can very easily build muscle while dieting. So again, if you're natural, you kind of have to just deal with whatever nature gave you. But when you're on gear, you can kind of manipulate things as you want, and you can very easily just put on more muscle mass. It's easier to lose weight in terms of body fat. As far as what program I recommend, there's no particular program. Again, it's just going to be for dieting. I'd just recommend following a hypertrophy routine where just the majority of your working volume is going to be sets of 8 or more on each exercise. Thanks for the donation, though, Dilly Gaines. Hope that helps. Fucking Cuphead. I wish this fucker would, like, die sooner. That'd be kind of nice. Bitch. Fuck! It fucking cheated! Always, before I get to this section. Always, without fucking fail. Fucking bitch. God damn it, and then yeah. Yeah, we're fucked. God, son of a fuck, motherfuck shit. What a bitch. This game's like too fucking hard. I know I'm gonna have a lot of trouble with this one. This is the hardest boss I've fought in any of the... This is the hardest Cuphead boss so far. God damn it! Fucking bitch. Those fucking fire hydrants. Great, yeah, we're... Oh my god. I'm pretty sure Vince Goodrum did not beat this game years ago. God damn it, and I fucking missed. Literally wasted the stupid thing. Motherfucker.
Why did you lie in the debate when that guy asked you if Jasmine was Iranian or French? She is tech.
This is just fucking annoying. He like just doesn't die fast enough. Fuck! How in the... like, it's just not... Like, I swear, it's impossible sometimes.
That was my favorite part of the debate when they were asking you about your
La 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 la.
You clearly didn't like
la
that
la
subject
la la
and you
la la
wanted
la
them to
la
shut
la
up
la
and
la
move
la.
on,
Can't
and
hear
they
you. La
didn't.
la 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 la.
Nigga.
Fuck! Son of a bitch.
Jury and Rider Jazz.
No. No, no, no. Fuck shit! Oh! Great. You know, I swear there's some RNG that ends up happening where, like, it just, like, the precision you need to avoid some of the attacks and stuff just becomes so retarded. Fucking asshole. Great. Fuck, oh my god. Without fail, every time. I can't get to the stupid, fucking... I can't get to the fucking next part without taking one hit. Great, I don't know why I did that. I'm... getting fucking brain broken. Look at this absolute asshole. Fucking dick. Like bullshit! Do you see that? It happened at the exact fucking moment where it would be impossible to avoid a fucking hit. The exact moment. There's like literally nothing you can fucking do. You're screwed. If you just duck to avoid the attack, the fucking hydrant's gonna hit you. If you fucking try to hit the hydrant, the other thing's gonna hit you. Fuck you. That's so bullshit. Fucking asshole. Oh my god, I can't believe. Yeah, just retarded.
Jury and rider
No, no,
Jasmine
no, no,
nigger,
no,
jury
no,
and
no,
rider
no, 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 no. Look at this fucking shithead. Great. Man, I got hit again. It's literally, I don't know why I can't do it.
Jasmine nigger 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 Jasmine nigger.
Fuck. Fucking shit! Great. This, cat is also distracting me. It's hard to sit down in a comfortable position with this cat. You're breaking my concentration. You're too big. You're too big. Take up too much space. You're a big kitty. Not little, you're big. Ugh. Okay. Fuck! How? Oh my fucking god, damn it! Fucking bitch. Damn it, oh motherfucker. Oh, great. Okay, the cat finally left. Oh, finally! I was able to do the thing. Oh, bullshit! It didn't. Oh my god. What a fucking asshole. It's really weird. It's not giving me the parry. Alright, now absolute bullshit mode. Activate. Oh my god! Oh! Dude, this is too, this is too hard. The flipping upside down, give me a fucking break. Just, oh my god, what a load of horse shit. That's just over the top insane stupid. Fucking bullshit. Dodo tellers, do they not believe in germ theory? Question mark. I'm pretty sure that's candy of some kind. I have no idea. Is this AI? This has to be AI. Like, this is even for India. Like, I don't know, even for India, this is... Like, especially the thing on the hooks. Like, what is that? Okay, I've seen candy pullers doing stuff like that, but what is the nail thing? Why were they hammering it? Yeah, I don't know, man. Looks like he's been hitting the gym, but it doesn't make him not a bitch-made pussy.
And we didn't vote to spend billions of dollars per day on another fucking war in the Middle East.
Oh my god, what a loser.
This whole country, left, right, and center, has woken up to the bill of goods that we've been sold.
Yeah, this guy is a communist beta male. What a fucking idiot. Absolute fucking retard. Dude, knowing that all these literal communists attended this protest, like, what does that tell you? Just stupid. The entire left-wing progressive sphere is just completely infested with communists. They're the most idiotic, just brain-dead fucktards on the planet. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Appreciate it. Ugh. Oh my god! This fucking cat's trying to sabotage me. Fuck. Damn it! Damn it! Oh my god. Okay, this is fucked. Yeah, we're pretty screwed at this point. Great. And I mistimed it. Shit. Damn it! Absolute asshole. Oh my god. Fucking Cuphead. Piss in that fucking cup. Fuck. Great! Damn it! Great, okay, we fucked that up. Great. Fucking little pussy. Three health points leading into it. Let's watch me fuck this up. Ah! Fucking asshole. Ugh. Damn it, oh fuck. I don't know, man. This is fucking rough. Forgot my namification on utilities. Parry the bones almost seems not worth it because they end up putting you in a weird position after. That's not really the fundamental problem. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification. Shit.
A great You're up.
Ah! That is just so cheap. Oh, damn it. I don't know how the hell it... I'm gonna try one more time, but... This is just... Yeah, we're not doing great already.
A new Hannah Spear video, can you react?
Give me a second. Yeah, because, you know, that's fair. Great. Okay, you know what? Fucking horseshit. Like, that's just stupid. Fucking stupid. The stupid flippy around thing, fuck you. Like, literally eat shit.
Time. I should have been able to enjoy myself.
Bachelorette being released, and it's supposed to be a really exciting time. I'm a person that will always...
Rule of thumb, whenever someone starts a sentence with, I'm a person that, what follows is usually the opposite of what they are.
Will always speak my truth, and I'm, you know, that's what
She'll
I'm known
always
for.
speak her truth. That means she's really low in agreeableness because she doesn't care about what her truth might do to the other person in the room. Like her friends who she outed. And into my lap fell this scandal, all these videos of Taylor, Frankie, Paul, and I thought, this is perfect. So we're going to use those videos and map that onto if this is narcissism or if this is borderline. Can we actually distinguish between the two at all? There's so much inaccurate talk about narcissism. So let's first put it where it needs to be. It's within the cluster B, as you see here. It's next to borderline, histrionicism, and antisocial personality disorder. And the best way to conceptualize this is through this action system mapped onto the big five. The reason this is so important is that the personality disorders, they find themselves at the extreme ends. That's where they create the pathology. All the cluster B, what they have in common is really low agreeableness. When you look at the traits and where they go to the extreme of causing pathology, what they call vulnerable narcissism and borderline are so close together, they're almost indistinguishable. And this brings us to this Taylor Frankie Paul incidents. And if you don't know her, she first exploded on the digital scene because she's the de facto leader of hashtag mom talk, which is where you have all these seemingly perfect Mormon wives in Utah. And she broke out in 2022 when she had this bombshell confession that she and her social circle were engaged in soft swinging, so where they exchanged partners.
We did have sex in the shower with our husbands all together. We also had sex in the same bed at the same time. We would blindfold each other, and you would have to guess which husband you were kissing, and a couple of times we did that.
And then she built a whole social media profile. She has like 6 million followers. And then she became the star of the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And she's been in the news in the recent weeks because ABC, she was she starred in they made a whole season of The Bachelorette with her as the star, and it was supposed to air, and they canceled it 3 days before this premiere. Why? There was leaked footage of her in 2023 being arrested for physically assaulting her partner, and the video shows that
Of course.
she throws metal chairs while her young child is right there screaming in the background.
Yep, of course. And these same women will claim they're the ones getting abused. Always the way it is.
Stop! Dude, leave me alone! Oh my God.
And the violence isn't just a high neuroticism. You have a lot of neurotic people who are not violent because you need that combination of neuroticism and low agreeableness, because the rules of non-violence, they don't apply to you like they apply to everyone else. And then comes the part of the video that's more interesting than just the violence.
Hey, Taylor, the neighbors called in, saying they heard a bunch of yelling.
I'm sorry.
Tell me what happened to me.
He put me in the garage and it's fine. I don't give a f***. I just want to move on. I don't give a f*** about him. I just want...
Oh, it's just very performative. Notice when you watch this, you don't feel actual sadness for her. You feel this, please make it stop. This is the predatory strategy of weaponized neuroticism. Right? It's this psychobabble idea, right? That if I'm sad enough, I'm allowed to be mean enough. And so until now, it's absolutely indistinguishable, borderline and vulnerable narcissism. She shows high neuroticism, and she shows low agreeableness with the capacity for violence, and she weaponizes vulnerability as a part of a strategy. Let's go to the episode that made her famous, where she does this live confession about swinging.
When you first came out on the scene and you were all of a sudden like, hey, I'm Taylor Frankie Paul, I'm a Mormon, I'm a swinger, life's crazy, what even prompted you to even start that chaos?
Okay, so we were obviously like in an open relationship with a group of friends.
And when you say we, you and your ex-husband?
So I have my husband, and then I have my best friend, and then her husband, and then like some other people.
Are you still best friends with this girl?
No.
You surprise me. She effectively napalmed her entire social circle, outing the private lives of every other couple. She forced them into a defensive position while she could claim the role as the honest victim. And now she is the authentic
Whole
one.
swinging stuff started.
It wasn't even a conversation. I think we were all drinking and partying, and then the guys were like, you girls should make out. Like, make out, you know, it's hot. I'm like, okay, it's hot. And so we make out, and that's that. And I feel like I'd done that in my younger years. It wasn't a big deal to me. So I was like, okay. We threw another party, and same thing. And then it was like, let's take off your clothes and do lingerie pictures together while making out. And it just like
everyone was kind of turned on by, okay.
How many couples are
at this point?
It's seductive. It's over disclosure. She manages to... She's basically the bully on the playground, throwing a punch and then saying, don't hit me, I'm wearing glasses. And this is, I would say, the low modesty facet of narcissism. If you dive into the big five, you'll have different facets of every trait. And she's using honesty to remain the protagonist of the scandal that she created. It's brilliant. And this sort of thing, creating this image, requires a level of conscientiousness that I don't see from borderline patients. So they'll come and they'll have these moments of sort of lucid awareness, and sometimes they'll be incredibly self-aware, and they'll say, oh, Dr. Spear, I have a diary and I have a schedule, and now I'm going to fill this out, and it's going to be like this, and I'm going to be really disciplined, and these are my goals for this year, and they'll be super excited, right? That's that extroversion element that they tend to have, and the enthusiasm, and they want to do, this is how I'm going to fix myself, I have this book, and I'm going to, and it won't last 2 weeks. It'll never last 2 weeks. They just don't have the conscientiousness to follow anything through. And she also shows this self-awareness. She knows she's toxic. And another way she shows this low modesty of the narcissism is that she uses these trending sounds to excuse herself, so to say. Here. So she says, my intrusive thoughts had me thinking, it could be me. That's the problem. You think? But don't worry, I quickly snapped out of that nonsense. So she turns her bad behavior into this vibe that she then gets credit for. It's like, you can do whatever you want as long as you feel a little bit guilty about it, but you're so cute, we're going to let it go. And this is because true repentance requires high conscientiousness. That's that quiet reflection and a change in behavior. And she does the opposite. She leans in to her chaos. Why? Because it's a strategy. Chaos is profitable, and she has just enough conscientiousness to make it profitable. Where the borderliner just burns everything, and then she finds a new host to pick her up from the ashes. And so Taylor...
Dodo donated $3. Let me see.
Do you hate America? May a Hamas rocket blow up your family's home.
Vile Philadelphia protesters were caught on camera cheering as a masked ringleader celebrated the death of U.S. service members in shocking new footage, before calling for Hamas rockets to explode among Americans.
Yeah, mean, what do you expect? It's TikTok retard brain rot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
By calling herself the problem first, she sort of defangs the criticism. If you call her toxic, oh, you're just repeating the meme. If you criticize her now, then you are the aggressor. And you're attacking the mentally ill woman. And that brings us to the next one. So what happens then after the leaked footage? What I think you can guess. If you watched Psychobabble before, I think you can guess what the pivot is going to be. I am so broken. Look at me. I am the best at being a victim.
Taylor, Frankie, Paul is with us. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I know
Thank
you're all
you.
about your bachelorette journey, but first I want to give you the opportunity to respond to recent headlines about the alleged domestic violence incident with your ex-boyfriend. What do you want to share with about
Alleged.
this?
Honestly, it's been a heavy time to see the headlines, especially during this time of
Poor me. Such a heavy time. I should have been able to enjoy myself.
Bachelorette being released, and it's supposed to be a really exciting time. I'm a person that will always...
Rule of thumb, whenever someone starts a sentence with, I'm a person that, what follows is usually the opposite of what they are. Just my 2 cents.
Will always speak my truth, and that's what I focus on this. But the thing is my first...
So she's trying to say, I'm just trying to focus on now. Like, please forget. And so with this, when she says it's a heavy time, and she's talked earlier about her bipolar activation, and that she has, when she's been talking about anxiety, PTSD, a range of...
All these people use some like bullshit mental health diagnosis to justify their bad behavior. That's all they do.
Because, they're both predators, but with a different functionality, with a different strategy. And so you see the vulnerable narcissist becomes the patient when it helps the strategy. And they will come to therapy, but they will have a plan to manipulate the therapist when they want something. And so again, like I talked about before, this is where you see with women they'll go for different popular diagnoses. They will go to therapy when it serves their purpose, the purpose of being the diagnosis that will get them social status, and the diagnosis that will help them have the environment accommodate their whims. And so what I think is a much cleaner way of understanding this is that what people call vulnerable narcissism is really just, if you look at the traits, it's really just a borderline pathology with enough conscientiousness to actually hold things together and push for status, and to sort of complete a strategy that a lot of borderliners would never be able to achieve because of the lack of conscientiousness. And so you still have the same core, you have the high emotional instability, you have the low agreeableness, you have, so they're sensitive and reactive and volatile. But instead of everything spilling out into chaos, everything burning down, the vulnerable narcissist would have just enough breaks, just enough ability to rein in their impulses to channel it. And that changes the strategy completely. So just because of what Taylor Frankie Paul has achieved, I would hesitate to say, oh, this is a borderline pathology. Because it's so curated, it's so clever, calculated. She's the way that the moment after her arrest, she's giving an interview, completing that pivot, that narrative to perfection. And another thing I think would be interesting to mention is that the narcissist, they usually care about their image. They'd usually be very ashamed of these public outbursts. And with a borderline patient, that shame isn't there in the same way, because they're so dependent. Their strategy is that emotional manipulation, that emotional escalation. That is the only strategy, because the conscientiousness is so low. So, they'll deal with the shame later, but they just need to get their supply. And they're not, a lot of therapists, they say, oh, it's the fear of abandonment. The borderliners, they're driven by the fear of abandonment. I want to push back on that a little. Don't think they're afraid of abandonment. They're afraid of not having the supply. The partner, the one they're attached to, they're not attached to them because of love, because of the need for bonding. Because as you see here, the need for bonding is in the element of agreeableness, and they're very low here in that action system. They need to be attached to someone because that's their resource acquisition. That's their supply. So the fear is in that, losing that supply. And I think if you were to distinguish between the borderline and the vulnerable narcissist, that would be the difference. The vulnerable narcissist has a slightly different strategy. They don't have to lean exclusively on that seduction, emotional manipulation element. The vulnerable narcissist can turn that same underlying instability into something that looks functional: achievement, image, credentials, social positioning, exactly like Taylor Frankie Paul did. But underneath, it's still doing the same job. It still comes from the same place, the same trait constellation. So I think what we're seeing here isn't really two different personality structures. It's the same underlying traits expressed through different
Long story short, manipulative bitches be manipulative bitches. Korean uncle goes Super Saiyan.
So we have our favorite Korean uncle, and he's at 53 years old. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Ooh. Wow, we're gonna have to watch this in slow motion then. Yeah, so rocked, the guy. Oh, got him, got him. Ooh. Yeah, wow. Was not.
This old guy can throw hands.
Video, can you react?
Let me take a look.
Exactly like Taylor Frankie.
You literally just sent me that. We already reacted to that. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Was not expecting that to begin this, but notice they're kicking with shoes, I believe. So, Korean uncles. Yeah, it's really interesting. He's almost baiting the guy to overextend a little. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense because he's fighting someone way taller, right? That makes sense. Wow, we gotta watch this in slow motion.
How old is this guy? 53. Shit. Yeah, he can still throw hands, dude.
Okay, if I told you that I can offer you a Tesla Model Y brand new for $46,000, but instead you don't pay that full price, you're going to only pay $31,000. Would you believe me? And would you actually take the offer? Or would you call me a scammer and report me? Now, if you switch out Model Y Tesla with BYD and their models, apparently Chinese people are believing this crap. So how exactly does it go? Well, there's something new called a zero mileage secondhand cars in China. And yeah, it's actually insane. So I didn't expect to do another EV video after the last one to so quickly talk about it again. But, you know, news comes and finds you sometimes. And this is the CEO and chair of Great Wall Motors. And he recently was in an interview where he exposed the current situation around the so-called zero mileage secondhand car. Essentially what it means is these factories, Chinese EVs especially, would produce a tremendous amount of cars, register it themselves as if they had been bought by an actual individual. And then what they will get is the subsidy from the Chinese government for owning an electric vehicle. Now, a few years ago, the subsidy amount was relatively higher. And so what these companies were doing was literally scamming the government for subsidy. So they didn't make money selling Chinese EVs. They were making money selling a quantity. And for every single one of these cars they produced, they made a certain percentage from the subsidy. What ended up happening was a lot of these cars, of course, they didn't get actually sold to people, ended up in storage, left in those EV parks, EV graveyards, and then they decided that they're going to offload the inventory to the secondhand market. So they sell it to the secondhand dealers for a very cheap price, and in turn, you're able to obtain a brand new zero mileage secondhand so-called car for a fraction of the price, something like 2/3 of the first-hand car price. Now, this raises a huge problem, because everything in China is problematic. So where did they cut the corners? And you're absolutely right for thinking this, because they do cut the corners. And here's how. If their cars are made for the purpose of getting subsidy to make money off of that, then safety and other material costs can be reduced, since, the car originally wasn't even going to be on the market anyways. But of course, these cars ended up in circulations in the second-hand market. So there's the safety concern. There's also the other one, which is faking the actual number of their sales. Now you have Geely, you have BYD, which constantly ranks top in the overall EV sales charts, even globally, right? Can we really believe this data? Because if what they're doing is buying up their own vehicle, essentially, not really buying it, but registering it as if it was sold, then those numbers are really, really, really fake. Okay, now they're calling BYD and other Chinese EVs the next Evergrande. So what happened to the whole real estate boom and then quickly explodes? The whole real estate bust that happened to Evergrande, Country Garden, these mega billion-dollar real estate developers in China where, they were once too big to fail because the government would go and bail them out. Well, they eventually did fail. So apparently now EVs in China are heading in this direction. So we'll talk about that in the second half. But first, let me just get the other David to announce something important. Dear China Insider viewers, this August, I'm heading to Forest City in Malaysia. a haunting symbol of China's real estate crisis. For a 7-day investigation, I'll be exploring the ghost city and speaking and interviewing with people in Malaysia and Singapore about the Chinese crisis in its real estate, politics, as well as the general perception in Southeast Asia. My goal is to expose the growing influence of the Chinese Communist Party there. Your support will make this journey possible. Purpose today. Thank you so much. Okay, the problem is that you cannot badmouth BYD in China. Like a few years ago, when Huawei was the big hot cake, you weren't supposed to badmouth Huawei. Any criticisms, well, they defend it as it's a domestic brand. You have to deal with it. And so even if you have problems, it doesn't matter. Like my last episode, I explained how after sales of BYD is completely ridiculous and there's no such thing as recalls or lemon laws. Once that car is in your hand, it's your toy. So the issue here is that BYD as a state champion is being given a lot of support and a lot of help from the government. And the CCP is pushing this EV lane. So it makes every single company wants to hop on the trend, right? It used to be real estate, it used to be semiconductor, now it's EVs.
真的比亚迪的车主肯定很伤心，他的车自然放在这里，没人管，贴的大字，怎么办？我也是比亚迪车主。
This is a video of a BYD car that burned by itself, and then afterwards somebody wrote, "This car, BYD car burns, please do not approach," as a form of protest. But that's it. You cannot go and sue them. You cannot go and say something on social media. You can't really explain this whole situation to the outside world because, you know, everybody and their Wall Street money advisor is telling you to invest in BYD. So the whole situation is they created this facade around the idea that BYD is the next big thing. But actually, everybody's setting it up to be a big Ponzi scheme like Evergrande was, like Country Garden was, and it's set up to fail. Because simply what happens with the Chinese real estate, 30% of its economy was in that, right? Well, for 2 decades, they were developing really well. They built and built and built, overbuilt, underperformed in terms of how many people actually use them. And then eventually they were so indebted that, well, they just suddenly exploded. And here's what's happening with the EV market too, is you have these parts suppliers or you have these direct OEM manufacturers that work with companies like BYD that don't really know their numbers are fake yet. So they keep supplying them despite knowing that BYD maybe is not making that much money on sales because their numbers aren't true. Then what happens? Well, they keep supplying them thinking that they're just continuing this huge export, huge ranking #1 trend of total sales or something like that without knowing that actually they're hopping onto a ship that's about to sink. But here's the greedy part, right? Chinese consumers, they see that these cars, you know, might have been sitting in these EV graveyards. Here's one for the BYD one. Here's one for Geely. They don't care if that car, you know, the thing is for the secondhand market, for the same price that you can get a brand new, like 0 mileage, basically completely new furnishing, you know, nice interior, up-to-date stereo entertainment system, you know, some automated driving system maybe for that price versus a secondhand Toyota Camry or a secondhand BMW M3 or something like that. You know, I'm just randomly giving out model names. But you cannot get that for that price, right? So if you only want to spend this much money, well, your best option is to get a brand new car, even though you don't know or don't really care, but the price point, it's so attractive to people. So effectively it also destroyed the actual secondhand market in China because, well, the thing is, when you flood the market with so many of these things, the real secondhand cars.
These electric cars
secondhand
are just so garbage. It's I like after one electric vehicle, like real vehicle, I still like e-bikes, but after one real electric vehicle, I'm just so done with them. They're just awful. Alright, I'm gonna try to get to bed now. I was up pretty goddamn late last night. I kinda wanna get to bed at a more normal time, but I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it. I really want to try to beat that fucking Cuphead boss, so I think what I'll do when I wake up tomorrow, we'll just do a stream, play Cuphead. Dodo $9, of course some guy wearing a keffiyeh stands behind them the entire time. It's because they do that to assert dominance. This is all part of strategy. They want Dems to think it's popular. People don't like being the odd one out in a group.
Not vote for a war in Iran for ICE at the fucking airports, for grifting corruption, for...
Like these are the most pathetic fucking beta male fucktards. It's a total joke. They're all the same too. It's just all beta male fucking pencil neck twinks. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Alright, so I'm going to try to get to bed and wake up at a reasonable time. We'll try doing a big Cuphead run through in the morning or afternoon and try to beat that fucking boss. That's just fucking horse shit. But thanks again, everyone. Nighty night, and I will see you all tomorrow.